I'm just saying I wasn't talking about Senator Batchik. I was referring to remarks or the Labour Party or this bill. But I am putting it firmly. I'm putting it firmly on the record that accusation is false, and is demonstrably false when you look at the record that existed. The government then was dealing with an emerging and developing legal situation. And I know we're coming out of time, but I just want to put this on. I just want to finish this sentence. The government was dealing with an emerging situation. If, as it concluded, the matter had to be dealt with at a constitutional level and could not be dealt with at a statutory level, the issue was, when would a referendum be held? Would it be a single issue only referendum, or would it be on an occasion when the people were going to the polls? And the view at the time was that it would be most unfortunate to have this as a single issue only referendum, and that explains what happened in the year 2004.
Senator McDowell,
so I'll report progress.
Thank you.
Have more to say on the next occasion.
So there's more to come. Now, at this juncture, I asked the House, asked the acting leader to propose the suspension of the sitting under 2:15. Senator Ward, is that agreed? Agreed. The House stands suspended until 2:15.
Hello. I understand that the Leader of the House wishes to move a supplementary order of business. I'm now calling the Leader.
In today's order that item 2A on the supplementary order paper be taken, which is a motion regarding the setting aside of Standing Order 29 on Monday the 29th of March, to be taken now, please. Sorry, Senator, I'm proposing that we suspend commencements on Monday in order to facilitate a debate on the revelations of the Department of Health last night.
Is that agreed?
Agreed. Thank you, colleague.
I call on the Leader to move the motion.
I move.
Thank you. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3, Residential Tenancies Bill 2021, second stage. I'd like to welcome Minister Burke to the House. The question proposed is that the bill now be read a second time. I call on the Minister, is that agreed? That is agreed. I call on the Minister to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Cathaoirleach, and I obviously move that the bill be read a second time. I am grateful to you and to all the senators for facilitating debates under this very urgent legislation in Seanad Éireann before the Easter recess. I also wish to record my thanks to the Chief Whip and to members of both the Business Committee and the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Housing, Local Government and Heritage for enabling the Residential Tenancies Bill 2021 to be read a second time here today. The bill is a timely and proportionate response to the continued elevated threat and the impact of the pandemic. The time-sensitive nature of the bill is an inevitable consequence of the constant reassessment of the pandemic and its evolving nature. I thank senators for facilitating its passage in a time that is cooperative in the spirit and that has enabled similar bills to pass swiftly since the COVID-19 crisis has erupted. This is the fourth bill the government has brought forward to protect tenants during this pandemic since coming into office. The virus has mutated and challenged us in different ways, but we have responded to ensure that the valuable and the vulnerable are shielded from the unprecedented economic fallout. Today's bill is a further important action to safeguard tenants in the face of an ever-threatening pandemic. In light of this prolonged challenge, I am asking senators to pass the Residential Tenancies Bill 2021 to enable its early enactment, to provide technical amendments to the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act 2020, to extend application of its enhanced tenancy protections for a further 3 months from the 13th of April 2021 to the 12th of July 2021. The bill also provides for technical amendments to enhance the interoperability of the Planning and Development Residential Tenancies Act 2020 and the Residential Tenancies Act 2020. Subject to the conditions and procedural requirements, the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act currently protects tenants in rent arrears due to COVID-19 and at a risk of losing their tenancy from eviction and rent increases during the period from the 11th of January 2021 to the 12th of April 2021. It is considered that the ongoing threats and impact of the third wave of COVID-19 necessitates this bill to extend the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act protections for a further 3 months until the 12th of July 2021. The 3-month extension is a proportionate response, balancing constitutional property rights and the common good. While the numbers directly invoking this legal protection have been small, it has provided a strong safety net to the vulnerable renters and sends a clear signal to the rental system that the state will protect tenants. In this context, and because of the strong direct financial supports, we have prevented huge turmoil in the rental system. It is important to note that these protections are separate and distinct from the Residential Tenancies Act 2020, which provides for a moratorium on evictions taking place, with limited exceptions, during the period of the 5-kilometre travel restriction in an area specified by regulation made by the Minister for Health and during 10 days following the lifting of such regulations. In broad terms, the protections are on separate economic and health grounds respectively. This bill seeks to clarify that a 5-kilometre travel restriction does not affect the legal obligation on a tenant to pay rent. Instead, tenants in circumstances where they cannot pay their rent due to the pandemic can avail of the separate protections under this bill. The clarification is required as the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act Act already provides the necessary tenancy protections for any tenant in rent arrears due to COVID-19 and the risk of losing their tenancy. The bill removes the duplication and potential confusion around obligations to pay rent. Importantly, significant and enhanced state income supports are available from the Department of Social Protection. I encourage any tenant who needs assistance to reach out to the early money advice and budgeting services and to seek every available state income support. For example, the enhanced illness benefit for COVID-19, the pandemic unemployment payment, rent supplement and supplementary welfare allowances can assist tenants to meet their obligation to pay rent. I also encourage landlords to show forbearance and to afford tenants the time to stabilise their income through state support if necessary. It is in the interest of both parties to sustain a viable tenancy. Overall, the state has spent some €11.5 billion in COVID-19 welfare supports. We have not and will not be found wanting in supporting any tenants in difficulty. At this point, the earliest possible expiry date for the current moratorium on evictions across the state under the Residential Tenancies Act 2020 is the 15th of April 2021, 10 days after the review date for the expiry of the 5-kilometre restrictions. The Government will consider this matter in light of public health advice over the coming days. Regardless of that decision, this bill will ensure protections are in place until July 12th for tenants economically impacted by the pandemic. The Government recognises that lockdowns are especially difficult for some people and that low-income tenants are disproportionately employed in sectors that are severely affected by COVID-19, such as hospitality and retail. As I have said, the state is here to help, and we will continue to provide immediate income support to families and individuals in private rental accommodation under the Department of Social Protection's Rent Supplement Scheme. The scheme provides short-term income support to eligible people living in private rented accommodation whose means are insufficient to meet their accommodation costs and who do not have accommodation available to them from any other source. The scheme ensures that renters experiencing temporary loss of employment can continue to meet their rental commitments. The aim is to avoid any tenant going into rent arrears. That said, the Planning and Development Residential Tenancies Act complements and supports the provision of rent supplement and other state supports by providing time and security for tenants while engaging with available state services in a bid to resolve their financial difficulty and meet their obligation to pay rent. The Government also recognises that 70% of landlords own just one property, 86% of landlords own just 1 or 2 rental properties, and that COVID-19 has given a rise to financial difficulty for some landlords. The Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act provides the requisite balance between the rights and obligations of tenants and landlords in a carefully calibrated manner, recognising the legitimate interests of both. This strikes an equilibrium between property rights and the common good in the midst of a pandemic. We have to continue to address the economic and social consequences of COVID-19, protect as many jobs as possible, and ensure that families and businesses can manage financially. The economic consequences of COVID-19 are far-reaching, but the hit for certain sectors and for some tenants has been extremely challenging. The emergency measures introduced by this Government have prevented systematic problems in the rental sector. The rental measures proposed under this bill will help further. I now wish to outline the provisions of this urgent bill. The long title and recitals of the bill describes our policy aims and the policy context in which the limited restrictions on landlords' constitutionality protected property rights will serve the social common good for 3 more months to the 12th of July 2021. The bill is technical in nature and contains just 3 sections, with Section 3 being a standard provision outlining the short title and collective citation of the bill. Sections 1 and 2 are the substantive provisions in the bill, and I have already given a good flavour of their intent. Section 1 provides for a number of amendments to the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act 2020 by updating various dates to reflect the extension under this bill of the emergency period under the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act 2020 out to the 12th of July 2021. The proposed amendments to the Planning and Development Residential Tenancies Act provide subject to conditions and procedural requirements. Paragraphs B to D provide consequential amendments throughout the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act to reflect this extended emergency period. Paragraph E provides a technical amendment to Section 16 of the Planning and Development Residential Tenancies Act to provide that the RTB tenancy tribunals need not be held in public up to the 12th of July 2021. The aim is to continue the protection of health and safety of participants in the proceedings of the RTB staff during the COVID-19 emergency period. Section 2 of the bill amends the Residential Tenancies Act 2020 to enhance the interoperability with the Planning and Development Residential Tenancies Act. Clarification is provided that a 5-kilometre travel restriction does not affect the legal obligation on a tenant to pay rent. The legal obligation on a tenant to pay rent under Section 16A of the Residential Tenancies Act is a key protection for landlords who take the business risk of providing residential rental accommodation. Similar to cases where tenants engage in antisocial behaviour, this bill clarifies that a landlord is not required to accommodate a tenant in breach of their obligation to pay rent and can proceed with its tenancy termination in accordance with the usual procedures. Tenants in rent arrears can, of course, make the necessary declaration to seek enhanced protections under the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act 2020. The Residential Tenancies Board is available to assist tenants in rent arrears and seek assistance from the Money, Advice and Budgeting Service to avail of state income supports from the Department of Social Protection. Rent increases and tenancy terminations will be prohibited for tenants who are protected by the Planning and Development Residential Tenancies Act until the 12th of July, if this bill is enacted. This bill has been introduced against the backdrop of the worst public health crisis in the history of our state and an economic collapse without compare. I understand the anguish and frustration that our citizens have experienced over these long months. However, as the evenings lengthen and the vaccine rolls out, I believe we can look forward to brighter days once we stay the course. Until that time, the government will do whatever it takes to protect our state and our citizens from the worst impact of this pandemic. None of us could have foreseen the fatal trajectory of COVID-19 on our island and globally when we debated the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act here early in December. As legislators, we need to continue to work together quickly to react to suppress the spread of COVID-19. Sadly, it has been at its most deadly since our last debate. The Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act protects both tenants and landlords. The government wants these protections in place for longer to respond to the continued impact of this pandemic. I commend this bill to the House and I ask Senators further support to help tenants stay in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The group spokesperson now have 8 minutes, and I call first on Senator John Cummins.
Thank you, Las Cathaoirleach, and thank you, Minister, for the presentation of the bill here before us this afternoon. I want to thank you for the urgency in which you and your department has brought this legislation before the Houses. I know, or I suspect, that there'll be some criticism of the decision that was made last week by the joint Oireachtas Committee on Housing, Local Government and Heritage to waive the pre-legislative scrutiny process. But it's important to state that that decision was made on the basis of advice from officials that failure to do so would have put tenants who have protections until the 13th of April in jeopardy of having no protections whatsoever past that date. And it was actually stated that it would be reckless to leave them in that situation. So I think it is important to preempt any criticism of the fact that pre-legislative scrutiny was waived in relation to this bill. I would also appeal to the opposition here this afternoon not to distort the picture here and not to in some way present this as taking rights away or protections away from tenants, as was attempted by some in opposition yesterday in the Dáil. You know, because that will actually have the opposite effect to what we're trying to do here, which is to protect tenants and also to make other people aware that if they have been negatively impacted as a result of COVID-19 in financial terms, that there are protections there that they can avail of. And commentary in the negative, saying that the government is somehow stripping protections away, actually defeats the purpose of what we're all here to do in this House, which is to protect people in their most vulnerable time, particularly during this pandemic. You know, it's not true to say that there are protections being removed, and I think that Section 2 is being deliberately misrepresented, because what we're actually talking about here is protecting tenants through Section 1 and through the previous iterations of this bill, as we have done throughout the pandemic. And I note that Minister O'Brien in the Dáil yesterday said that if we are still in a situation in July, it will be reviewed by the government at that stage, and that we could look at further protections if necessary at that point. And while it may be easy, I suppose, for people in opposition to say, you know, disregard the advice of the Attorney General or test this in the courts, the reality of the situation is the government has to ensure that anything that we pass here is proportionate, legal, constitutional, and is not open to challenge. And that's what I think, Minister, you and the officials in the Customs House have done with this technical bill that's here before us. And I think it's also important to say, given what went on in the Dáil chamber yesterday in relation to this bill, to state that even though there were amendments and even though there was opposition to votes on sections of the bill, that this bill actually passed without opposition at the end in the Dáil. There was no vote taken on the overall bill at the end of the debate. And I suspect that that is what is going to happen here again today in the Seanad, that we'll have votes on sections of the bill, but ultimately when it comes to passing this bill, which is going to protect tenants' rights, that people won't put their name beside something that is actually going to put that in jeopardy and remove the rights of tenants. So if people feel very strongly, and if people in the opposition are so opposed to elements of this bill, I look forward to a vote on the overall substance of this bill at the end of the debate and at the end of the sections, and let people put their money where their mouth is in relation to that. Finally, Minister, and I won't take all my time in relation to this, because I'm conscious that there are other people that want to get in on this. It is important to say, when people are talking about people being evicted or, you know, in sundry language like thrown out on the street, that what we have actually done over the last number of years with regards to notice periods is extended them significantly. And along with the previous legislation that extended it post the 5th of April plus 10 days with the 5-kilometre restrictions, we also have a minimum requirement of 28 days notice where a tenancy is less than 6 months in duration. We have notice periods of 90 days or 3 months if someone has been in a tenancy between 6 and 12 months. We have a notice period of 120 days where someone has been in a tenancy between 1 and 3 years. We have notice periods of 180 days or 6 months when someone is in a tenancy of not less than 3 years but less than 7 years, and 196 days when someone has a tenancy up to 7 years in duration. So this is not something that is immediately going to come into play, even if somebody is in the circumstance where they haven't been paying their rent. But as you said, Minister, in your contribution, it is important to say that 86% of landlords in this country are 1 and 2 house landlords. They too have bills. They too have mortgages that they need to pay in relation to their properties. And it is all about proportionality and balance in relation to this. And I don't know when we came to a situation in this country where it's okay for a tenant just not to pay rent. What we have done as a government is selectively, as a result of the pandemic, catered for those who have been financially affected by COVID-19. And we have put protections in place, and they are available to anyone who is in receipt of the temporary wage subsidy, the illness benefit as a result of COVID-19. Those protections are there for anyone. That is a large proportion, unfortunately, of people in this country that have the potential, if necessary, to engage with the protections in this legislation. And what we're talking about outside of that is a small cohort of people who aren't paying rents to their landlords for the properties that they are actually in situ in. So I want to commend you again, Minister, and the Department officials for bringing forward this legislation, which is there to protect tenants over the next 3 months up to the 12th of July. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. And now we'll hear from Senator Crockwell, I believe.
Oh, sorry, Senator McDowell is first.
Senator McDowell. I have Senator Crockwell down, but welcome, Senator McDowell.
Well, sorry about that. I want to thank the Minister for coming in here today. And I believe strongly that the rights of tenants at this stage need to be carefully protected, and the legitimate rights of tenants I'm talking about. Obviously, and I agree with the last speaker, somebody who's not paying their rent. And by the way, there are some extraordinary egregious cases of people who've run up 30,000 in arrears and are just blocking any effort to get rid of them, just absolutely cold and callously. I mean, they are a minority, I accept, and there are people who just don't have the money to pay at the moment. But you can't just assume that everybody who's not paying their rent is financially embarrassed. There are people who just simply say, I'm not paying, and that's it. But the big thing is that the property rights of landlords have to be put into a balance with the circumstances that exist at the moment in respect of the COVID emergency. And it is an emergency, and the government, I mean, I'm always preaching and writing and speaking on radio. This is an emergency. I hope that everybody in government and everybody in the health system generally and in NEFIT actually realises that the state is in an emergency, and it's not just purely a virus. It's, there are all sorts of economic and social emergencies, cancer treatments delayed and all the rest of it. So just making that point, this is an emergency, and I am quite happy to extend periods of time because the emergency has turned out in a way which none of us quite expected last autumn and the like. But I would like to say this, and this is, it's not a lawyer's point, the emergency period that's provided for in this legislation is defined by the 2020 Act. And the 2020 Act, curiously, describes the emergency as being a period in respect of which the 5-kilometre movement limit is in operation. Now, I was on the radio yesterday, and my interviewer was saying, well, I bet you, he said, that the 5 kilometres will move to 10 kilometres or whatever. And I hadn't actually read the small print of this bill, because I can say this for certainty, that if the consequence of changing the 5 kilometres, taking that out of operation, is that all sorts of tenants will lose their rights, no such relaxation will take place. And it seems to me that it was a mistake in 2020 to define the emergency period so closely relating it to 5-kilometre movement restriction. I mean, we could still have an emergency with a 50-kilometre or a 20-kilometre movement restriction, and we're now stuck with the situation that the government can't relax. When this bill goes through, as doubtless it will today, and there'll be an early signature motion for it, and it'll become law, and all tenants will be protected. But as a result of this, we will not be able to relax the 5 kilometre restriction rule until, without the consequence of taking away these additional protections that we're giving to tenants. And that is an unfortunate piece of drafting. It's not the present minister's fault because, well, it's not. It's a 2020 fault, and it should have been picked up now. So what we're doing now is we are actually cementing in place the 5 kilometre restriction on movement until the date in July that we're talking about here. So nobody should be under any illusions. That's what we're doing here today. Well, sorry. If you look at the if you look at the definition of the emergency period, it is related to a period where the 5 kilometre restriction is in place, and that's what we're doing, unfortunately. But anyway, look, it probably makes no difference because of the snail's pace that things are happening. It probably will stay in place. But I'm just saying that anybody who thinks the 5 kilometre rule is going to be changed in the next few weeks should read this bill and the 2020 Act carefully, because we're handcuffing ourselves. We're handcuffing tenant protection to the maintenance of that limitation, and that is a big mistake. And apart from that, Minister, apart from that criticism of your bill, I think that this bill should be passed. And I regret the fact that it is this unexpected side effect, that it's all contingent, that the protections which the last speaker spoke about as genuinely needed, that they should be handcuffed to keeping in place the 5 kilometre restriction on movement. That seems to me to be wrong. Thank you.
Senator Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Minister, for coming to the House. And the Fianna Fáil party will be supporting the extension of the protections for renters up until the 13th of July, as this bill proposes. It is really important that we are very clear with renters. I deal with people every day who are either homeless or at risk of becoming homeless, or in inadequate housing. Unfortunately, my constituency is one that has really suffered from the decade of under-provision of housing. So I know how valuable the protections that this government has afforded renters, and rightly afforded renters during the pandemic. And I suppose at no time has home been more important than during this pandemic, and it has really provided for those lucky enough to have a home a safe place. But the fact that the government had to allocate more than €220 million in terms of homeless prevention and emergency accommodation only underlines how real the housing crisis is for far too many of our citizens. So the housing crisis hasn't gone away, and I haven't been as far as the M50 since before Christmas. I would love to see the 5 kilometre limit. I envy the members who come from the country and fantasise about, you know, stowing into the boot of their car and getting outside of the city as much as I love it. But in all seriousness, you know, the indications from industry are that it's going to cost us about 10,000 housing units. This delay, the shutdown in construction. So it's very real. The crisis is very real. And in terms of this bill and this legislation, what we are doing is extending the protections for renters, which would have expired if we had asserted our right as a committee to conduct pre-legislative scrutiny. It would have had catastrophic, that was the exact term that we were told, catastrophic effect, because the protections that are in place up until the 13th of April would have expired. Now what we're doing is extending them until the 13th of July. And Minister, I accept your bona fides and the Department's bona fides that you will continue to monitor this situation. I think it is incredibly important, though, that we also get a clear message out to people outside this chamber that the state and the government does have its back and is there to support it. And I want to commend everyone in the local authorities, in Threshold, in MABs, in the Intrio offices, all of those people who have worked in the front line during this pandemic, who have supported people who've applied for housing assistance payment or rent allowance or homeless HAP or a supplementary welfare payment, because they have provided invaluable supports to individuals and to families. And you know, far too many of our homeless people are actually single people. They're terribly isolated and very vulnerable, and they have really appreciated the support that has been provided. And also by the NGOs, you know, the voluntary and NGOs and the people who work there, the key workers and the support workers, all of whom have been a lifeline to people in housing distress over this period. I want, Minister, though, to look forward to, I suppose, a day when we can start to think beyond the pandemic. And, you know, we have to use our time here to leave something behind us that was which will mean that those who come after us will not be dealing with the same issues. And we need a systemic change in terms of the state's approach to housing. And I know you know that, Minister, and I know Darragh O'Brien, Minister, gets that, and I commend you both for securing the biggest housing budget in the history of the state at 3.3 billion, but we're going to need to go a lot further than that. And I suppose there's been an undersupply of homes over the last 10 years, so you know, it's not going to, you didn't get your job and Darragh O'Brien didn't get his job with a magic wand, and the pandemic has hit you too. So, you know, I appreciate your back is against the wall. But in terms of changing this dynamic into the future for our citizens, you're bringing forward legislation that is going to prioritise the use of public land to provide public housing. We need that to be social and affordable housing. Our local authorities have been restricted to just public housing and social housing. Minister, we need to prioritise the Affordable Housing Bill and the Land Development Bill so that the local authorities, the approved housing bodies, the not-for-profit NGOs, that all of those agencies can be put to work as soon as this pandemic is over to deliver affordable housing, and not just the social housing, but both. And the affordable housing has to be affordable housing both to purchase and rent. And you and I both know, Minister, that the affordable rental scheme that's being brought forward is a great hope to people, because what it means is renters will only be paying rent to cover the cost of the maintenance and management of their homes. And that's how it should be: secure, affordable, good quality homes provided by the state on state lands. Minister, I would urge you, we've had a shutdown. The government hasn't been able to, I'm sure, get through spending as much of its housing budget as it has had allocated. I urge you, Minister, to go back to the Minister for Finance and to ask him to look at, and the rest of the Cabinet, increasing the allocation for the affordable rental scheme. I understand why it was set the way it was, but circumstances change. We need to change with that. And I would ask you to look for a doubling of the budget for the affordable rental scheme. I think that is something that would be a sound investment and would give hope to a lot of renters. And I would also ask you, and I'm conscious my time is running out, Minister, but in the programme for government, there is a commitment for a commission on housing. And I just think that when we talk about, every time we talk about these protections that we're trying to bring for our citizens, so that every citizen can have a place to call home, a secure and affordable home, I really do think we as Seanad and you, Minister, as part of a government, need to champion an amendment to our constitution so that our constitution is updated to reflect that social ambition, that current and future social ambition that I believe we all share, that every one of our citizens would have a place to call home, a secure and affordable home. And Minister, I would ask you to take that back to Cabinet so that when we move forward over the next 3 years, that we do so in the context of seeking a mandate from the people to have a constitutional amendment to insert the right to housing in our constitution, so that we will give expression to what I consider to be the current social value that we all subscribe to, which is that every one of our citizens deserves to have their own home. Gora Mágat, Minister.
Thank you, Senator Fitzpatrick. I now call on Senator Moynihan. Thank you.
Thank you, Laska Hurlock, and thank you, Minister, for coming in today, yet again today, to talk about residential tenancies and protections. I want to start off by saying that we will be supporting this bill, but I won't be responding to the framing of the macho posturing where it says put your money where your mouth is to vote against the bill, because I am allowed, and the opposition are allowed, to make constructive amendments and call out where the bill falls down while supporting the overall protection of tenants. And I won't have anybody tell me that we aren't allowed to do that. Because this is the 4th time that legislation to protect renters has been taken before this Oireachtas. And each time the opposition have offered constructive amendments, many of which would have provided renters with certainty and stability a long time ago. For example, what Senator McDowell has identified in the 5k limit. And as somebody who is one of the most eminent legal brains and political brains within his country, I think it would do well to the government to listen to that when we look about tying the eviction ban to the 5k. The opposition put many amendments in terms of that here when it first came to us and said, let's not tie your hands in tying it to the 5k. Let the Minister, on health grounds, in the middle of a pandemic, decide where you are going to be able to do it or not. But the government didn't listen, and they decided to tie it to the 5k, even though there's no real legal or political reasoning. And I would like to remind people as well, it is not the Attorney General or advice that decides on the constitutionality of something. The only decider of constitutionality of any of the bills that come before this Oireachtas is if the Supreme Court decides that it is not constitutional. And if ever there was a period for a government to decide to back renters and actually test that in the Supreme Court, it is when we are in the biggest public health emergency in 100 years. Minister O'Brien said this week that this legislation safeguards tenants in the face of an ever-threatening pandemic, and that the government has prevented turmoil in the rental system. That is not the case, and I'll tell you why this is not the case. Because this is a piecemeal approach to private renters that in the last year has left both tenants and indeed landlords, whose rights we're so clearly very mindful of, with stress and uncertainty. The residential tenancies report that was published today, they specifically noted that recent research indicated that households in the private rented sector suffered a greater economic hit relative to other tenures during the March to June lockdown, due to a higher concentration of employment in sectors most severely impacted by the pandemic. Longer restrictions will therefore have a disproportionate impact on households within the rental sector. It is against this backdrop that we are here yet again talking about rights for tenants. And it seems, while the government's spin is that they have taken drastic action to safeguard renters during the pandemic, the bare minimum has been done every time. And it is not worthy of that special phrase. In reality, with each successive piece of legislation that the government is putting before these houses, it is taking away protections that it said it is putting in place. And that is the case with inserting Section 2 into this. Because I'm going to give a case study from Threshold about how people can fall into rental arrears that isn't necessarily due to losing your job because of COVID. This is a case study from Threshold. Marcia was receiving rent supplement when she decided she was directed to transfer to the HAP payment. Marcia set about getting the paperwork together and following up with the landlord to submit his documents. But the landlord delayed doing this. Within 3 weeks, and before the HAP documents were submitted, the rent supplement was stopped. Marcia paid the rent herself for 2 months, but couldn't afford to continue doing so. Despite the landlord having delayed the paperwork to have HAP set up, he issued Marcia with a notice of termination for rent arrears. Marcia, not knowing what to do, left the home and slept in her car for a while before finding somebody else to live. She then came to Threshold when the landlord pursued her for the rent arrears, and they assisted her with the RTB. That is a situation where somebody under Section 2 could now potentially be evicted, even though we are still in the middle of a pandemic. And as Senator Fitzpatrick quite rightly pointed out, the pandemic hasn't just had an effect in the rental sector, it has had an effect in the construction sector. So there is going to be a lag, even going into the next year, for people who are currently in private residential tenancies. And I think for the sake of simplicity and the sake of security for renters, we should be safeguarding renters at least until the age, or at least until 2021, and also putting in place strategies to try and counteract that and the delay and the slowdown in construction. If we decide in April to extend the 5k limit, and I think so many people desperately want that, no fault evictions will return back, but again we will be in the middle of a pandemic, and if you go and you look on Daft, you will realise how difficult it is for people to be able to find new homes. Evictions to look after a wide circuit of extended family members will return, and evictions for potential sale at some point in the future returned. I have raised in this House a number of occasions, I'm not going outside the 5k either. But I know of 2 people on my road who will potentially be facing eviction if the 5k limit is left. One is a married couple who have a stay in evictions, and they have 2 kids. Substantial renovations is the reason that they have been given, and the only reason that they've been able to be in their home, that their kids that I see every day is because the eviction ban. I also know of somebody else who's been told by her landlord that he is considering selling up and moving to Spain, and she might have to start looking for somewhere else as a result of the pandemic, re-evaluating his life. That is 2 situations, 2 families, 2 lives that will potentially be disrupted with no alternative in terms of moving into somewhere secure, because we will still be in the middle of this pandemic. Before the pandemic, it's estimated that 1 in 10 households missed a rental payment due to financial difficulties, and nobody should be in any doubt that this is going to be higher in the next number of years. The procedures previously introduced by the government for those in arrears are insufficient and have been described as overly complex by several stakeholders, including Threshold and the Simon community. Furthermore, we know that the engagement with these procedures by renters has been very low. That's not the fault of the renters, it is the fault of the procedures and how they're overly complicated, and the criminal sanction attached to them. The solution for those renters who have been unable to engage in this complicated procedure is not to abandon those in the middle of a pandemic. Opening the door to evictions because of rental arrears will put many people, many families in private residential tenancies at significant risk of losing their home. Minister, I ask you to consider these circumstances. I ask you to make the case to government, if they remove the 5k constriction, consider extending the eviction ban for people who are in the private rented sector regardless. We are still in the middle of a pandemic, and please give renters certainty, and please give people certainty that they are able to stay in their own home until we are out of this pandemic.
Thank you, Senator. Now we've Senator Martin. You've got 8 minutes.
Good Margaret. And Minister, it's good to see you in the House again, and I listened attentively to your opening remarks. And in essence, the purpose of this bill helps people stay in their homes, and it's important not to forget that. But we are legislators, and we're here to constructively criticise as well, and I'm hoping you'll take the following points on board. But at the end of the day, the government's move here is to protect family dwellers, to ensure they are safe. In dispensing with pre-legislative scrutiny, I believe that should be used on the most rare occasion, and I believe this might well justify it today. But many months ago, I was in a Justice Committee, and we were urged to dispense with pre-leg scrutiny in respect of the Personal Insolvency Act. And it didn't come before the House for several months after it. That was the bill a few weeks ago that we dealt with to introduce remote meetings and other small amendments deemed so urgent, yet it took several months. So I'm conscious, and I don't want to see ever an overuse, or let me dare say an abuse, of dispensing with pre-leg scrutiny. I accept, Minister, that this is time sensitive, and I also accept your point in respect of property rights. it'd be a very foolish lawyer who would advise a person in a private dwelling about the wonderful protection, preeminent constitutional protection for a dwelling, without looking closely at other rights that are in play in the Constitution, like property rights. You cannot but consider them. And an eradication or attack on property rights in the Constitution, a severe attack, would cause thousands upon thousands of landlords to run to the hills. And I say that for someone who has a background in standing up for householders. So it's a very challenging and delicate balancing act. And of course, you have to be proportionate. So the question is 3 months, could it have gone somewhat longer than 3 months, rather than bring us all back possibly, I hate to say, in 3 months' time? And we've had this before in the House, our ultra-conservative steps at times, for fear we'll trespass or engage property rights in a negative way, is slightly tying at least one hand behind our back at times as legislators. So absolutely, we've countervailing rights in the Constitution, but we shouldn't be ultra-deferential to them, and we should work as hard as possible to see can we stay within the remit of the constitutional provision and yet do as much positivity as possible. Now, Minister, I am concerned about the 5K stipulation. Even the independent scientific advocacy group, who are the advocates of zero COVID, have said it is open to nuances. It is open to flexibility and some latitude. I'm opposed to this blanket rule of 5K throughout the Republic of Ireland. Even in my own constituency, and your constituency, Minister, has both urban and rural parts. If I spent a day canvassing in some of the beautiful panoramic areas of rural Kildare North, within 5K, I wouldn't get to too many houses. Yet 5K in a highly densely populated area, it's take me days to get through the houses. It's not comparing like with like. I am concerned, and I fear Senator McDowell is correct. Is that going to shatter hope that we are handcuffed to the 12th of July, where people are tied to this 5K in isolated areas where they might only have 5 friends or 5 dwellings within the 5K area, and many of their close families and friends are beyond the 5K, and if it's not essential duty or service. So I'm asking you, is there any assurances you can give us that we are not, as I fear it might be, an unintended consequence of supporting this? And I'll use my remaining time, Minister, to make this point, and I've made it before. There is a requirement for a consolidation of the Act. Experts find it so difficult to navigate a way through. So it's not accessible to non-experts. We really have to consider a consolidation and a demystification and a simplification and make it more accessible, how we implement the Act, because it's all over the place at this stage. If ever there was a need for a consolidated Act, it is in this area. I would like to commend your department for the improved website. For years, it was little short of an embarrassment. I know it's not comparing like with like, but to tax your car on the website is so easy to do. And yet to go through and navigate the old RTB website was at times so challenging for many of the stakeholders. So I welcome the improvement in the website. I know that the department can decide, and the board of the RTB, to have one-person tribunals, because the relatively recent legislation does no longer insist that there are 3 people in the tribunal, despite its obvious name, tribunal. And I am a big believer in the three-person tribunal. 3 heads are better than 1. It's a quasi-judicial role. They're not trained expert judges, and yet there's so much at stake. I do accept that in certain circumstances, a one-member tribunal would save money if it's a very simple issue. I welcome a number of years ago the slip rule, the introduction of the slip rule. Because it's quasi-judicial, it's a rigid statutory interpretation by the members of the tribunal and the adjudicators in the first instance. That slip rule, before it came in, it was farcical. People were losing their cases, either tenants or landlords, literally, almost literally, because a T wasn't crossed or an I wasn't dotted, or there was a digit out of place in the year, or there was a misspelling. So that is, if you could give that feedback back to your department, and I'm sure you have good data on that, that slip rule has really been a godsend and also instills more confidence in the RTB. And I know the phone mediation service is going exceptionally well at the moment. And I know for the first time that RTB, and I'll finish on this point, can deal with cases remotely. And my prediction and my hope, but maybe you'll confirm this, is that the remote hearings will survive the pandemic, because there was only about 7 or 8 venues throughout Ireland, but many of these matters can be dealt with effectively and most efficiently by remote hearings, which I hope are here to stay.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Warfield, you have 8 minutes.
Thanks, Las Cahirlock. I want to welcome the Minister here today and to again discuss, obviously, issues relating to the protection of renters. 2 weeks ago, it so happens that Sinn Féin introduced a P&B here, where I and my colleagues argued for increased protections for renters and immediate steps to reduce rents and prevent an increase of rents for 3 years. And during that debate, I was assured by government senators that Sinn Féin had got it wrong, that government were busy working away on a raft of legislation that would strengthen the protection of renters. And senators said that government parties understand the crises and that they would tackle it not through sloganeering or motions, but by doing the hard work of legislating. And to be honest, what dawned on me in that debate is that I was one of the few people here whose friends were all renters. The government amendment talked about legislating for tenancies of indefinite duration and housing for all policy, which will be launched later this year. Then we get to the bill today, rushed and unambitious. If we were to ask any renter if they would prefer the measure in our motion 2 weeks ago, or more of this type of legislation from government, I wonder what their preference would be. It seems strange that the government says that it's listening to the concerns of renters, yet they miss the point each and every time they bring forward legislation on this subject. Put simply, this is the latest dilution of the initial protection measures that were introduced in the first lockdown last year. Chair, since the Minister was appointed, he has picked away at protections in a rushed and uncooperative manner, I would suggest. This bill was rushed through the Dáil at all stages this week. It will be finished here in the Seanad on Monday. Our amendments were due to be in before the second stage debate. Pre-legislative scrutiny for the bill was mentioned. That was waived by a vote of government parties at the committee last week. The last time we had a piece of housing legislation introduced in the Seanad, I think it was done in order to bypass pre-legislative scrutiny at the committee. And many here in the Seanad indeed felt that that was disingenuous and a move to outwit the committee. The bill today deals with a series of deadlines that everybody is aware of. The most urgent is the protection of renters who are in arrears because of COVID-19, with that protection due to run out at the end of April. We knew this deadline was approaching. We knew it was approaching, yet we waited until the very last minute to do anything. This is unfair on officials in the department, it's unfair on staff in the Oireachtas, the Bills Office, it's unfair on the committee, and it reduces the calibre of debate and discussion that can take place. I also wonder why the end of July was chosen as the date to extend the eviction ban. Most people who have lost employment because of restrictions are unlikely to see their situation improve before then. They're unlikely to return to employment. These are the type of questions that could have been asked of officials, of the ministers, had the necessary pre-legislative scrutiny taken place. Of course, I want to see the deadline extended, and I've submitted amendments to do this. Why, Minister, did you not just introduce a bill to extend the COVID-related protections to what are a small group of people and have another bill deal with more general issues of arrears? We are talking in Section 1 about a very small group of people. I have here from the RTB tenant self-declarations, 407 tenant self-declarations. So that's the number of people we're dealing with in Section 1, a small group of people who have availed of this protection according to the RTB. So in reality, this bill only protects a small number of tenants and strips protections from many more, taking away protections from many more people than you are extending them for. Rent arrears are real and the issue is not going away. 2,401 warning letters have been sent to tenants in arrears since August 2020, according to the RTB. Have you any plans to introduce legislation to deal with arrears in general? As I've said many times, Sinn Féin want to see the extension of a ban on evictions and rent increases for tenants in arrears due to COVID-19 income and on COVID-19 social welfare payments until the end of the year at least. Rent in Ireland rose 2.7% last year to an average of €1,256 per month. When the pandemic eases, the issue of rent will still need to be addressed. Your record and the Minister's record does not instil renters with much confidence, and is it any wonder that renters increasingly see Sinn Féin's plan as the only viable strategy to give renters a break? Gurmagat.
Flynn, you've 8 minutes.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. Thank you, Minister, for coming to the House today to allow us to express our opinions and let that be on any side of the fence. And this is why we're all in politics. This is why we all have a different story and we're all looking at things from a different perspective. So I share concerns around Section 2 of the Residential Tenants Bill 2021 will leave some tenants at risk of evictions. Threshold, the National Housing Charity, has raised these concerns. Amendments to Section 2 in the bill that deals with people in rent arrears would allow them to be evicted. We all know how difficult it is for people to get a home, to get a house in these days in Ireland. We also know we have a housing crisis in the country. We have for many years. The Tenants Act 2020 includes measures to deal with rent arrears, but I also understand that this is a complex scheme and uptake has been low. There is no guarantee. Yes, no guarantee that all private renters in arrears will be able to take advantage of this scheme. We are talking about a lot of people. Before the pandemic, there were estimated that 1 in 10 households had missed a rent payment because of financial difficulties. What would it mean for these households if they face losing their homes in the middle of a pandemic? When they are forced to find a place to live during a housing crisis, Section 1 of the bill looks at extending protections for renters whose income was affected by the results of COVID-19. I welcome these protections. But it seems we are forgetting about renters who are in financial difficulties for other reasons. They deserve our attention too, and they deserve the attention of the department. Threshold has said they believe the changes in Section 2 are not necessary. I agree with them. Threshold has also said the Residential Tenancy Act has been very successful in preventing homelessness. We should listen to organisations that are working underground with tenants. We should also listen to these organisations that have suggested solutions to rent arrears. As we all have heard, Threshold has also recommended that a broader consultations with stakeholders is needed before any changes is made to the Act. I strongly agree that we do that. You said, Minister, in your opening statement that the state is here to help. Why? Why would we want to change an act that has helped to prevent homelessness? We need to do all in our power to prevent homelessness. It's common sense. And it's just to say that my colleague, Senator Alice Mary Higgins, along with the Civil Engagement Group, have made amendments and will bring some amendments forward on Monday also, Minister, around the 5K restrictions and to widen that out to 20K. Just to say, Minister, before my last point is that you should really listen to the NGOs and to the organisations that's working with people on the ground. And for once, when we're talking about accommodation and homelessness, we have to listen to the people, especially during a pandemic. And let's remember, if you were a Roma woman and a Roma family and you are evicted in these times, it's a harder challenge for you to get a house, because not only money, Minister, discrimination, racism because of who you are. So we have to expand, we have bigger conversations to be had. Right now, we're asking for very, very little, and what I'm asking you to do, Minister, you and your department, is to listen to the organisations who's working with tenants on the ground. Thank you.
Senator. Senator Murphy, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Last Coherlook, and I might need the 5 minutes, so I don't intend to dwell on this for too long. Just that I think my colleague Senator Fitzpatrick has given our party situation on this. I welcome you, Minister, and can I say, while we will always have issues with tenants, I think that this particular department at the moment, with Minister O'Brien and Minister Burke, have no hesitancy in ensuring that tenants are looked after and tenants aren't wrong. And one thing about debate today, and look, I recognise the right of everybody in this chamber to make their point of view and have reservations, that's fine. But one would sometimes get the impression from Dáil and Sean debates there is no protection for tenants in this country. And you can refer to about 9 different acts that covers tenants' rights. I don't have them all here in front of me. But acts such as the Landlord and Tenants' Right, Planning and Development, Housing and Residential Tenancy Act, and many, many more. And if you read through most of those acts, and I haven't read through them all, they all give protections to tenants in some way or another. The reason I'm saying that here, Last Coherlook and members, is I'll just give you a case I had last December, who somebody had listened to with all debate, or last November May, on housing, and felt that they could face eviction in 2 or 3 weeks. And a lot of that was up on social media as well. Wrong, not true, unless an issue arose with, antisocial behaviour, which, of course, is a different situation altogether. So my view is the very fact that we're back here for a 4th time shows how engaged the department is, shows how concerned the department are in regard to people's rights, to ensure people that they are protected. And I have a policy in the part of the country I live now as a senator. I get representation from all over the country. But living in Roscommon, and mainly contacts I have with Roscommon Galway, I've kept in contact with people, from people I knew were in trouble during my Dáil time, and I helped sort them out. And those people who are renting are quite satisfied that they're protected and they don't have a lot of worries at the moment. Now, I would like to see probably the issue of the 5K that Senator McDowell and Senator Martin has brought up. Maybe we could get some clarification on that. And that's fair enough. They're two very intelligent men. I know that Senator McDowell and Senator Martin have dealt with housing issues and tenants' rights for many, many years also. So maybe we should get some clarification on that. But I would also say on the other side of this, and I think Senator Cummins mentioned this, again, I would know landlords who have one or two houses, never went to buy them to be a landlord, family circumstances, you know, a house was left to them or whatever. And in many situations, those people, because of unruly behaviour and poor behaviour, and it's a small number of cases, you know, have ended up in debt over that. Have ended up in debt, and that's not right either. And that should be noted. But in general, I want to say that I'm quite satisfied that the rights of tenants are certainly being protected. And again, I repeat the fact that the very fact that we're back here for the fourth time in a short space of time. And remember, this pandemic is going on and on and on. We didn't think it would go on so long. But the very fact that we are there, it does show that the department and the government are going to look after tenants. And I would say to tenants that are worried out there today, don't be worried. You will be looked after, you will be cared for, and you're not going to be tossed out of your home anyway. Thank you.
Jerry Butler, you've got 5 minutes.
Good morning, and can I welcome the Minister to the House? And I think it is important in a debate on housing that there is a degree of listening and a degree of understanding. There is no silver bullet. And when I hear members of some political parties coming into the House claiming to have the answer to everything and that they understand people only, they're not true. That's not true. All of us can relate to, understand and know the situation of so many people, whether it's in rented accommodation, whether it's in trying to buy a house. And to be fair to Senator Cummins, he wasn't referring to members of the House, my interpretation of his remarks. He was talking about the fact that allegedly rights were being taken away when they're not. They're not. This is, as Senator Murphy rightly said, we are trying to protect people. And all of us in this House are working to do that. I don't have a suite of houses, or I'm not a landlord. But I know one thing, Cathaoirleach Minister, that the government and the party that I stand for and represent wants to protect all citizens and the right to buy their own house, the right to have an affordable house or a social house. We don't discriminate in our work as parliamentarians or as policy makers. And I hope we do that. Minister, to me this bill is about protecting people. It's about ensuring that those who are negatively affected by COVID-19 are looked after and supported, and that's what we're doing. And I do believe that it's about time that we do have an honest debate around housing. A real honest debate around housing. And people may smirk and laugh, but that's the reality. And let's put all the policies up on the table and let's have a real debate. Minister, we all welcome that the bill today is going to protect tenants further. The current protections are absolutely necessary. And can I just say to you that in the context of extending the emergency period, we do need to get construction back working. The ESRI have produced a report this week which says 25% decline in housing numbers being constructed is not going to have a huge positive impact on the numbers of houses completed. I also believe that in lifting the 5K, which we should do from the 5th of April, we need to offer protection to the tenants and to those who rent. And that is something that is one, even this morning in my own office, I'm dealing with cases of people who are in precarious situations with both personal matters, but also in terms of counsel. And there must be a practical, common sense approach taken by everybody. Minister, could I ask you, in the context of the Land Development Agency, we need to see affordable housing ratcheted up. And that must happen as a matter of urgency. Minister, the banks are not playing fair with people. I have in my hand here, and I won't name the people involved, Cathaoirleach, but I have documentation here, Minister, from a bank of which the government are a shareholder in, refusing to meet a person regarding legacy matters. I've been on to the Financial Services Ombudsperson. There is a need for banks to work with people and not to pursue people, especially in the middle of a pandemic. And Minister, if you read the thread of these remarks in these emails, you will see the frustration, the fear, the worry of a mother, of a family, with her home being threatened to be taken away from her. And she can't work because of the pandemic. So I would appeal to you, Minister, to tell the people in the faceless banks that they must engage properly with people, because we must ensure that we protect people at all stages on the property ladder. Minister, I support this bill. We must give hope to people who rent, that they can buy, that we can provide social housing, and that we can provide both private and affordable housing as well. All of us, I hope, aspire to the ambition to own our own home, and we cannot take that away from people. But Minister, finally, can I commend you for your work in the department? You are a very positive, resolute Minister, and I wish you well in your remaining term in office.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Gerald Crowell, you have 5 minutes.
Minister, you're welcome to the House. Minister, I want to tell you now that I want to commend you and the government for the response they have had for so many citizens in this country since the pandemic started. The speed and the compassion that has been shown, you're to be commended for that. And I think that extends to every member of this House. I would not say set anybody apart. Nobody has, as the previous colleague said, Senator Butler, we're all in this working together for a common cause, and I think that's the way we got to take things forward. Certainly the bill you're bringing forward today will provide a huge amount of confidence and support to those who are on the Department of Social Welfare's COVID payments. But I do think that the cut-off date of the 12th of July is too soon. I'm rather sorry that it's not open-ended and that we would not be trusted in both houses to close it off as soon as it would be the right time to do it. Because what the people of this country need right now is certainty. And are we going to be back here on the 1st of July with another amendment to this bill to extend it for another 3 months and see where it goes? The Section 2 of the bill, Minister, my colleague Senator McDowell and members of the government parties have pointed out that Section 2 of this bill is flawed. The 5-kilometre rule places these golden handcuffs, if you want, on the bill. And the fear, I think if you want to speak through the chair now. Sure, point of order. Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
In the last comment you made,
yes,
we didn't say that the bill was flawed. What I said actually was I would seek clarification on the basis of what Senator McDowell and Senator Martin said. So just in case that you're referring to me, Senator, I didn't say the bill was flawed.
I wouldn't dream of it.
I said the bill was. I said the bill. I didn't say the bill was flawed.
Sure,
I said seek clarification. Thank you.
I hope the clock stopped while that went on. Okay, so the bottom line on it is the various housing charities, such as Threshold, such as Simon, have all pointed out that there's a flaw in this bill and that it is Section 2 of the bill. So bottom line on it is we've had an eminent lawyer say it has a deficiency in it, and we have also pointed out by housing charities that it has a flaw in it. So from that point of view, I'll accept Senator Murphy did not say it, so that's fine. Look, the 5K restriction, I don't know if you can do anything at this stage about that, Minister. If you can, I'd appreciate it that you would look at that. I want to support this bill. I want to support you as you bring this bill forward. I will not be voting for the hell of it. I will not be pushing anything to a vote on this. What's most important right now is that we protect our citizens. On the wider housing issue, Minister, what has gone wrong in this state? In the 1950s, when we had not a red cent in this country, we built the finest social housing in the country. I remember my father telling me that if a piece of timber with a knot arrived in it where they were building social houses, they would have to take that piece of timber away. It simply would not have been acceptable. So from that point of view, I'm really concerned that we are devolving the social housing to housing agencies. In this country, we have about 500 housing agencies, each with its own chief executive officer, its own chief financial officer. I admit that these organisations are trying to provide housing for needy people, but do we need 500 of them? You know, is it time that we stepped back and looked at the state's responsibility to provide social housing for those that are in need? It really causes me great concern when we see the Human Rights Committee of the Council of Europe, who say there's no legal framework for the right to housing for families in Ireland, and there is no statistics on the condition of local authority houses. Now, I understand one of my colleagues made the point that we should have the right to a home in the Constitution. I don't believe we can put it into the Constitution until such a time as we're in a position to provide homes for the needy in this country. We're not in that position right now, so I fully support what the Senator said about putting it into the Constitution, but we've got to find the wherewithal to do it, and we must have the resources to put it in place. Look, I could go on, but Lasco here, look, you've been rather kind to leave me go on. I do apologise to my colleague Senator Murphy. I was not indicating that he saw a flaw in the bill, or indeed anybody else, but members of the government parties have said there's a flaw in the bill. Let those who said it step forward. Those who didn't, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I call Senator O'Loughlin. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. And Minister, thank you for being here to listen to the debate on the bill. And certainly this bill is welcome. And it is the 4th time, unfortunately, due to COVID, that we've had to bring in legislation in order to protect tenants. It's been necessary to extend the period of emergency rental protections and to strengthen supports provided to tenants at risk of eviction. And this certainly does give comfort to tenants. And I know it's only had to be called on a number of times, but that's possibly because it is robust legislation. And there are those that know there's no point in actually trying to contest this. As we know, it does amend the Planning and Development and Residential Tenancies Act to extend the protections until the 12th of July 2021. And again, it's unfortunate that it is necessary due to the ongoing impact and threat of the 3rd wave of COVID-19. And I think it is a proportionate response that balances constitutional property rights with the common good. Of course, the best way that we can protect people that don't have their own housing and are living in rented accommodation is to be able to provide home ownership. And I think it's very regrettable that over the last decade, home ownership in Ireland slipped to become one of the lowest in Europe. And that's the real challenge that we have here. And I think that for those who choose to rent, and there are those that choose to rent, and it's important that they have the opportunity to do so and to have security of tenure and security of cost. But there are many, many of those tenants that we have at the moment who wish to live in their own house, who wish to be able to avail of a social or an affordable house. And they are the people that we really need to help and to give them the absolute opportunities to be able to do that. And to that level, I want to commend Minister Darragh O'Brien in relation to what he has already brought in a short time in government. For example, we know that in terms of the voids right around the country, that was the very first action that the department took. And that target was actually exceeded with over 2,500 vacant social homes brought back into use. And I think that was hugely, hugely important. The Help to Buy grant was also increased to help thousands more get on the housing ladder, and that has helped over 19,500 in buying their own home, and that thankfully has been extended to the end of 2021. The repair and lease programme, again, was important, and before Christmas an increase in maximum funding was announced in relation to that. Now, the cost rental scheme is a very good scheme, but I think it could have been more ambitious. And the scheme with 390 cost rental houses to be delivered in Dublin and in Cork, and I know that there was one in North Kildare in Leixlip, to be able to deliver that amount of houses in the calendar year, I think, was really, really important. But for example, I know that we have a scheme ready to go in Newbridge, and I would like to see more around that. And in terms of the affordable housing bill, I think, again, the fact that, you know, affordable purchase on local authority land, affordable purchase shared equity scheme, as well as the cost rental that I mentioned, is extremely important. So there are a number of initiatives that have been brought in to help support those who need to and are working. And with a little bit of flexibility from the banks play a really important role in relation to this. And I think, Minister, that government really need to flex their muscle in relation to banks supporting those that are working and should be able to get a mortgage. I also feel we need to look at other areas. I have mentioned before, Minister, in fact, those that are renting in co-op schemes. They're not able to buy out their own houses. We need to bring in a scheme that enables them to do that. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think we are proceeding both at a local level and at a national level to try to make up for the deficits over the last decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, Senator Mary Carney.
Thank you. Thank you, Laska Hirlik. From the outset of the COVID-19 crisis, government under the then Taoiseach Fine Gael leader Leo Varadkar moved to protect tenants affected by the inavailability of their opportunity to move property, and more crucially by the fact that their inability to work and the crucial protections that were needed from the inability to pay their rent brought about by the COVID crisis. That is the origin of today's legislation. The bill before this House extends the protections. It goes further all those protections were extended and extended now until April. But today's bill extends those protections, and it goes further. It decouples those protections from the need for us to be in level 5, particularly for people who are in arrears due to the COVID crisis. So the protections will still be in place for those who are adversely affected by the financial impacts of COVID and are unable to pay their rent. The protections for tenants financially impacted are extended until the 12th of July, and nothing about that prohibits us from coming back in. In the grips of a pandemic, it is right that we are proportionate and that we are responsible in how we deal with extended and enhanced protections for any sector of any market. So for those who are in arrears, they are more likely to be in the low-income industries, or those industries most affected, like hospitality and retail. They've been disproportionately affected, and their protections have now been decoupled from the level 5 requirement. What this bill doesn't protect are tenants who refuse to pay rent but can. It doesn't protect tenants who engage in antisocial behaviour, making the lives around them miserable. Tenants who are in arrears due to financial impact of COVID can make a declaration and put them on the road to enhanced protections that were made in the 2020 bill just before Christmas. That brings in anyone, according to threshold, in receipt of the temporary wage subsidy or any social welfare payment or state support paid because you lost earnings due to COVID, things like the pandemic unemployment payment, rent supplement and the supplementary welfare allowance. This bill seeks to balance the rights of those who own properties and rent them out with the rights of tenants. Landlords include a very large cohort of people who are landlords by accident and some who have invested in one property as a pension plan. Their property rights cannot be disregarded altogether. If we were to maximise the property market choices, we need private landlords as well as the state and the approved housing bodies. A lot of those private landlords are relying on the income from the rent to earn their living and to pay their own bills. It would be reckless of this Parliament to bring forward a bill that is relying on that doesn't balance those rights and relies on an Article 26 reference to the Supreme Court by the President. That would be such an abdication of our role as legislators. Outside of these enhanced protections, if a tenant falls into arrears, their landlord must serve them with 28 days' notice. And if they don't address those arrears in a mutually agreeable fashion, then they get a further 28 days' notice to quit. So there are protections in place. If the landlord doesn't validly serve the notice or act in accordance with the statutory requirements, the tenant can refer these matters to the Residential Tenancies Board. So these rights are supported outside of COVID. These rights were there prior to COVID. Where arrears are not involved, the length of notice is directly proportionate to the length of the tenancy. And that goes from anything from 28 days to just over 6 months. So on top of that, we have rent pressure zones and we have a prohibition of rent increases of 4%. So let's be clear, it's not ideal to be renting. Tenure doesn't last long enough, even despite the provisions of 6 months. So we do need additional housing, we need approved housing. I'm really optimistic for the changes in the Land Development Agency and the Affordable Housing Bill. Fine Gael has presided over increased housing supply while in government, from which they came into government with a ruinous position, something that Senator Fitzpatrick seemed to have selective amnesia about in her constant digs about the lack of housing due to the lack of money for the first number of years of the Fine Gael in government. I welcome this bill, Minister. It restores the rights to the place they were prior to COVID. And it also keeps in place the enhanced protections for people in arrears because of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We now have 3 speakers left, and we have not very long to speak. So Senator Martin Conway want to share time with Senator McGann because we don't have Barry Ward in the House. Is that okay?
Yeah, well, I can share. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so 2.5 minutes each.
So
is that okay?
2.5, yeah,
that's
fine. Hopefully Senator Ward will be here by then. If not, I'll give way to my colleague. Thank you very much. And Minister, you're very welcome to the House. This is an important bill, but I agree with other colleagues. I think a clear message needs to go out from this House that we are a country that has protection for tenants. There are rights for tenants, and there are significant rights for tenants. It is not tolerated in this country that tenants are just thrown out of the place they're living in. It doesn't happen, and it shouldn't happen, and rightly so. When COVID hit this country, we introduced legislation to ensure that evictions did not happen during COVID. And the fact that we're back here today is testament to the fact that this government takes its housing responsibilities seriously and wants and does protect tenants. I agree as well with my colleague Mary Carney and others about the incidental kind of landlords, people who probably wouldn't and shouldn't be defined as landlords. There are people who bought properties with every good intention, and their rights absolutely need to be respected and protected as well. It is a thing called fairness. It's a very simple thing. The system has to be fair to everybody, and the system has to protect people and be fair to people and protect tenants and protect citizens who happen to have a second home which they make available to tenants and rent to tenants. So it's about equity, it's about fairness, and I think that this legislation absolutely, and the Minister here does what he can and has done, and his predecessor absolutely have done what they needed to do to protect tenants as well. So now I think Senator Ward is here, see? So, present.
Senator Ward.
Cathaoirleach Gníomhaigh agus fáilte Rivanara. I just want to raise two short matters, Minister, in relation to the bill, because I think on the whole it does good things and important things in the context of what we know, the challenges that we know exist. The first thing is in relation, well, both things really are in relation to the protection of renters who find themselves in difficulty. And I say this acutely aware of the fact that in my own area, St Helens Court in Dún Laoghaire resulted in the eviction of a number of tenants from a development who were not in non-compliance with any of the conditions of their tenancy. They weren't behaving badly, they weren't in arrears and rents. The developer or the owner of those apartments had decided to select fewer than 10 apartments to be renovated, and those people are now finding themselves in a situation where they don't have anywhere to go. But there are two particular circumstances I want to talk about. The first is one where tenants find themselves in dispute with the landlord for whatever reason and going before the Tenancies Board tribunal. The reality is that at the moment, the landlords who come before that tribunal find themselves much better resourced than the tenants in terms of legal advice, legal aid, and assistance generally. On the other side of it, where very often those people are represented by some of the bigger law firms in the country, tenants are coming to that is often bewildered about what the process is, unaware of what their rights are, notwithstanding the fact that I'm aware the board is obliged to provide them with documentation in that regard, and I'm sure that it does. But the difference between providing somebody with a leaflet and explaining to somebody what they can and should do is very, very different. And what I would like you to consider, Minister, and I put an amendment down at committee stage in relation to this, is whether or not we should be providing an access to justice mechanism for those people, whether we should be providing a legal aid fund to, like anybody who comes before the courts in respect of civil legal aid, where they can avail of legal advice through a fund set up through the Residential Tenancies Board, because I think that's an important access to justice measure that is currently absent and would allow them to perform better in terms of how they interact in front of that tribunal and how they deal with the issues that they have to face. The second issue then is in relation to the evidential burden that is placed in the legislation, as far as I can see, on the tenant rather than on the landlord. And in circumstances where a landlord is proceeding under Section 34 to remove a tenant because he or she intends to sell the property and move on, the Act appears to suggest that any evidence from the landlord to the effect that he or she is going to sell the property is sufficient for the board tribunal to take into account. That is wrong in my view. It is legally wrong. In fact, I know that it has been found as such by the High Court, and I would ask you to make it very clear that a sworn statement or a statutory statement or a statement to the effect that the house is going or the property is going to be sold is not strong evidence or is not evidence. I mean, it's some evidence, but it's not sufficient evidence to ground a decision under Section 34, to uphold a decision under Section 34 for a perfectly valid, hard-working, conforming tenant to be removed from a property.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McGahn, you've got
Yeah, thanks very much, Last Cathaoirleach. Minister, just before we wrap up in this debate, there's a couple of points I want to make. The first one is in relation to housing maintenance in my own county of Louth and housing transfers. And the real problem we have, Minister, is that transfers are pretty much non-existent in Louth County Council at the moment. And the reason is because we don't have the proper funding to do the house up, and the rough cost of that is between about €8,000 and €10,000. So the problem there is the council can't do any transfers when they don't have the funding to do the house up to a good standard for a new tenant to move into. So I would really take this opportunity to plead with you, Minister, to look at that funding issue in Louth County Council for housing transfers. It's very important. In relation to HAP limits, again in my county of Louth, a HAP limit for an adult is 575, for a couple it's 650. Those HAP limits are far too small for a single person or a couple to try and rent when you're looking at rents of $1,300, $1,200 in the Dundalk area. So I would really welcome and appreciate it if we could consider reviewing and putting up the HAP limits for single people and couples. I heard everyone talking about eviction notices, and I don't know if it's about my part of the world, but there's some chancers anyway in terms of landlords, because I've seen more eviction notices served to people in the last 2 months than ever before, and they're coming to me in a panic and I'm saying, no, there's an eviction ban, here's the story. The final thing that I'd like to just touch on is I've nearly become like an estate agent on a Monday or Tuesday morning. The amount of people I have from my town coming to me that can't get a supply of housing with renting, and the reason is because people are sticking in their houses, they're not moving around, and we're literally, every Monday and Tuesday, we go through Daft, we go to every estate agent in Dundalk, we're trying to get these people housing, but it's really difficult. But the benefit of that is, the minute with the housing list allowed, it's absolutely flying. Like, I'm not being dramatic about it, there's people flying off that housing list because we're building so many houses on the outskirts of Dundalk. It's really, really good, and any politician in Dundalk will tell you that, whether they're in opposition or in government, it's flying. And that's the key to all of this success. It's supply, 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 build, 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 and we get this housing crisis sorted.
Thank you, Senator. Minister, you have 6 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Cearlach, and I thank all the senators for contributing on this very important bill. And first of all, I just want to acknowledge their contributions and just say very clearly that, to acknowledge the speed at which the Joint Oireachtas Committee has allowed us go forward with this bill, and obviously also to apologise for that, because I do know that it's not the ideal circumstance, but with the threat of COVID-19 and the trajectory of this pandemic, nothing is ideal, unfortunately, in the circumstances that we're working in. I just also want to say quite clearly that I do value all contributions that are made in the House. I think it's very important that when we go forward with a bill, that it is stress tested and that we do articulate all the views from all the various different backgrounds within the House, and I genuinely do appreciate that from all the senators. Just to go down through very briefly in the time that I have, I think Senator Cummins really articulated what the bill is actually about, and just to be very clear, this bill is not in any way watering down the rights of tenants. Absolutely not. There's not one line, one word, one letter in this bill doing that. It is increasing the rights of tenants to try and protect them who may be economically challenged in terms of protection in their rental properties. And just to be very clear, the 5k limit relates to a different bill. It is not this bill. This bill is purely an economic bill, and the vote on this bill tonight and the vote on it on Monday is purely on an economic basis and has no relevance whatsoever to the 5km rule. So I just want to put that very clearly for Senator McDowell and others there. It's a different regulation set under by the Minister for Health to a different bill. It's in relation to the RTA 2020 bill, as he rightly said, but this is a totally different bill. So I just want to be very, very clear on that. I also think it's very important that we do get the right balance, and I think Senator McDowell did articulate that point well in terms of the Constitution and the protection of very vulnerable people in the midst of a pandemic. Senator Fitzpatrick also rightly raised in terms of the supply and the work of NGOs as well, and one of the things that I would say is that threshold, when they were asked, the key issue they pointed to us was rent arrears. That's their biggest worry in terms of the crisis, and that's why this specific bill aims and covers that through all the current actors in the state, working with our supplementary welfare allowance, our community welfare officers, now turning around applications within 3 days. And that's key in terms of supporting people who are in very, very vulnerable situations. I think we obviously have to continue to do that. And I acknowledge the scale of the budget, 3.3 billion, as you said, for housing, and affordability has to be at the heart of it. And that's why we have two clear bills before the House now. The Land Development Agency, which will be a game changer in terms of providing supply of affordable houses into this state, and also the Affordable Housing Bill. And I think there's key initiatives within that. You mentioned the Help to Buy already there, and also in terms of the shared equity scheme, which I believe will shape the supply of new starter homes that are so badly needed in the marketplace. Because if you look at the raw statistics for first-time buyers, now 1/3 of first-time buyers are buying new homes. 2/3 are on the second-hand market. Back a decade ago, it was the reverse, and that's why we really need to shape that supply. I also wanted to acknowledge Senator Moynihan, as I did, that all views are very much appreciated that we work through, because we're all trying to achieve the one goal here, is trying to protect the most vulnerable in society through the biggest crisis this state, in my view, has ever faced in terms of our people. And we know how frustrated people are, how frustrated communities are in terms of what they're dealing with, and we see so many livelihoods challenged. So I think, in It's so important. I do value in terms of the members of the JOC committee that we did provide oral briefings and written briefings to them. And I know it's not ideal, but I do really appreciate them giving us the opportunity to go forward with the bill. That also articulates right into Senator Martin's point as well, that I do really acknowledge that you know, we are under pressure here. There is no doubt in that. And I will take up the other points that you raised in terms of the with Minister O'Brien in terms of the board. And the 5K which you've raised, I've already responded back for that. And just for Senator Warfield, absolutely, one thing you said is absolutely 100% wrong, is the passing of this bill does not water down tenants' rights in any shape or form. I just want to be very clear on that. I think it's so unfair for someone to articulate something to the contrary of that, because it doesn't. Just also in terms of Senator Flynn absolutely acknowledged in terms of, she mentioned the NGOs and the most important areas that they raised, and that's why we've listened to Threshold and what they had to say. And this was their key point in terms of rent arrears that they were concerned about. And we have the stats there in terms of warning letters. And remember, a warning letter does not necessarily mean someone will be evicted. We have the support in the state now to try and work with them and to prevent that from happening. I think it's so important that they do engage. As I said with the community welfare officer, they are turning the applications around so quickly. We have the supplementary welfare allowance. We have the support there that we just need to be so careful and ensure that people are aware of these. And we all have a job in doing that. Senator Butler again articulate how important supply is and to get supply up in this country. And we're saying this with a construction industry now that is largely closed. We know the challenges and implications that has for society, and I hope decisions that are made in the next few days really unlock that, because you know, many senators mentioned here today in terms of the sacrifices that people are making, financial sacrifices, family sacrifices, mental health, all these issues, but we have to be careful in terms of the longer effects that we can give down the road. And there is some risks along the way, but one of them I think is so important that we get construction back up and going again. Thank you.
Very much, Minister. Now, the question is that the bill now be read a second time. Is that agreed? I think the question is carried. When is it proposed to take this to committee stage? Next Monday. Next Monday. Is that agreed? And can I ask the acting leader to move the suspension of the sitting until 4:15? Is that agreed? Sitting suspended.
Item 4, the Seanad will now resume. Item 4, Quality in Public Procurement, Contract Preparation and Award Criteria, Bill 2021, second stage, private members' business. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Is that agreed? The combined speeches of the proposer and the seconder shall not exceed 16 minutes. I understand Alice Mary, Senator Higgins, you will take 10, and Senator Éireann will have 6 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you very much. And, thank you very much, Cathaoirleach, and you're very welcome to the House, Minister, and thank you indeed for your engagement in relation to this legislation which we've had over the last period of time. As many of you will be aware, colleagues, across this House, that procurement is an issue which has huge and wide effect. And in Ireland, as a sense of where we are, in 2019, we spent €12 billion on public contracts for goods, services and works. Over the next few years, this is going to very significantly increase. As we heard earlier this week in the Seanad from Minister McGrath, there will be at least €116 billion in capital works expenditure planned under the new National Development Plan. How we spend that money and the way that we do that procurement really matters, and we owe it to the public to be sure that we are getting the best possible outcomes from their money when we spend it. If we cut corners, we know that that can cost more in the long run, and that we can see that in scandal after scandal and in many of the smaller disappointments and the smaller missed opportunities from procurement, some of which may never see headlines, but each of us will have encountered and have many examples of. It is not enough that we respond to each new controversy. It is about changing the policies, the systems and the practices around procurement in a meaningful way. However, I want to emphasise this legislation is not just a very strong instrument, I believe, in terms of avoiding some of the mistakes that we have made in the past. It is also a very positive proposal in terms of how we can raise the level of ambition and how we can do more and get wider public benefit, wider social, wider environmental, wider every kind of benefit, and innovative benefit indeed, from how we spend our public money. The key to that, I do believe, is making quality the heart of the public procurement process and strengthening the way we think about quality in public procurement. This is an issue which I've been very passionate about since I worked with the National Women's Council of Ireland. There I worked with 180 different organisations, very different. Some of them are service providers, some of them were service users, unions, business groups, and we saw the many different examples of the frustrations with procurement. And very often people were told, well, that's just how it is, it's the EU laws, there's little we can do, the same lines again. So I decided to go and investigate. And what we found is, actually, there's a huge lot of space in the EU directives and procurement. There are a lot of opportunities. There is space to do really positive social and sustainable procurement. And that in fact, has now increased and is increasing since the 2014 directive, which was brought in that recognised it explicitly recognised procurement as a key economic tool in delivering the EU 2020 vision of smart, sustainable, inclusive growth and achieving the EU's collective goals in areas like education, the environment, poverty reduction and equality. And I'm quoting directly from the EU directive here, which says, this directive clarifies how the contracting authorities can contribute to the protection of the environment and the promotion of sustainable development while ensuring they obtain the best value for money. So this is the mandate from Europe, is in fact to do more and be more ambitious about procurement. And this bill is not just compliant with the EU laws, it in fact will bring Ireland closer to the spirit of those laws in how we implement it. At the time, there were opportunities at the time of transposition which Ireland didn't choose to take. One example is that under the EU procurement laws, our contracting authorities, when they prepare a call for tenders, must decide will they be awarding the contract on the basis of lowest cost only, where the lowest bid will get the contract, on the basis of best price quality ratio, where they're going to think about price and quality when they make the decision on the contract, or on life cycle costing, which is where you think about the input, you think about the lifestyle, you think about the disposal of what you're buying, and that is very often combined with price-quality ratio. At the time of transposition, the EU directive recognised that there are dangers when we go for lowest cost only, and they offered member states the opportunity to exclude lowest cost only. Ireland chose not to take that opportunity and to keep all three options open. However, what we've seen in the last 7 years, unfortunately, is lowest price is used again and again, far too often, and not enough weighting is given to quality. I address this in a few different ways in my bill. The 4 very practical measures, the first of these is limiting the use of lowest price only contracts by making best price quality ratio the standard practice, either on its own or combined with life cycle costing. Just as an idea of where this matters and why this matters, you know, the Scally report identified in relation to the cervical check scandal, directly identified the fact that that was a lowest price only contract as one of the reasons that quality issues weren't identified early enough. We know that as well, we've seen examples where companies with very high risk ratings are given public contracts, and that is because at that early decision, the contracting authorities didn't give themselves the space to prefer a better quality option because they had already decided it will be lowest price only, and they did not have the grounds then to refuse a company who displayed clear dangers in terms of their risk rating. Minister McGrath himself has acknowledged that more thought earlier leads to better outcomes. And I think this bill directly tries to put that into practice, because we don't exclude lowest price only as an option. The discretion of contracting authorities is still respected. However, if they go for lowest price only, they need to publish an explanation from a senior official which says why. And I think that's incredibly reasonable, and that's also part of our accountability to the public. Literally, it says, effectively what this bill does is, you need to either think about quality, or you need to think about why you're not thinking about quality. I mean, and that is, I think, the least that the public can expect from those spending their money. This is based on Dutch legislation, which is already in effect incredibly successfully. Their projects are coming in on time. Their projects are coming in to benefit. And a review of that 2016 Dutch legislation, which does exactly this, found 2 really interesting things. It's not always that more expensive. 73% of contracts still went to the company that had given the lowest bid, but that company had proven themselves also on quality. They had won on 2 dimensions. The other thing that was really interesting was the cost was 3% higher at the early stage of the procurement process, but the benefit was 2.4 times more, doubling the benefit from public money by getting those extra dimensions in. The second part of my bill, and I'm coming close to time, but that is the core of it, that switch, that shift in culture, that shift in what we do first. The other part is, on the really big national projects, the national infrastructure, we need to do even more. We cannot afford to get it wrong. In the Children's Hospital, it was 75% on price and only 25% on quality. And an underbidder won it with an unrealistic, visibly unrealistically low bid. This would, my bill would say that when we spend over the public works threshold, the EU public works threshold of 5.35 million, then we need and should have a minimum of 50% quality criteria. Again, I'd like it to be higher. I think many would like it to be higher, and it often sometimes will be, but that should be a minimum. And I think that's really important. Again, the discretion is still there to go on a 5 million project with price only, but it will require a senior level explanation. The last 2 provisions in my bill are around how do we help procuring officers, because I see this as an empowering piece of legislation for those doing procurement. How do we help them? And it is around the Minister providing guidelines, not just the information note that we have from OGP at the moment, but guidelines around the other parts of public policy and how, if you were designing a tender, you might want to fit them in. For example, the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability. This would be a tool that would support contracting authorities to say, how do I think about that when I'm putting out a contract for a public park? How do I reflect that? It would be an evolving guideline piece that would help, and that has been done again very effectively in Scotland. And it's important to remember quality is not just sustainability, environment, it's also about design, it's also about, for example, delivery dates, that part of it, and about employment and about environment. I'm coming close to my time, but just to say, the EU directive is clear that there is a wealth of ways to measure quality. They're very concrete, they're very measurable, it can be done and it is being done elsewhere. Finally, my legislation would ensure that the public duty on equality and human rights, which is an obligation of every public authority and every department, that they reflect that in their public procurement and that they report on how they are reflecting it in their public procurement. Minister, I know that I will get to come back later in the debate. I look forward to your engagement. I think this is a constructive proposal, I think it's a positive proposal, and I also think it is long past time for the state to send a signal about what it values, what it recognises and what it rewards in best practice.
Senator Éireann.
Thank you, Laska Hirlock, and thank you, Minister, for being in the Seanad this afternoon. I'm delighted to formally second the Quality in Public Procurement Bill, and I'd like to pay tribute to Senator Higgins for our hard work both in this term and the last in this area. This is a complex area of public law. It involves much jargon, legalistic language and terminology that is often not instantly accessible. It may not be instantly clear to a person reading this bill what practical effect the percentage changing of certain price and quality criteria in public procurement contract or tendering process may have on their day-to-day life. However, in many ways, this bill could be one of the most consequential that we debate in this term, in terms of actually causing those policy and culture shifts that improve the quality of people's lived experiences for the better. Because public procurement is everywhere, where the state does not or cannot step in to directly fulfil a need or provide a service, then an intermediary must be sourced. As we engage that intermediary to fill this space on the state's behalf, we have a responsibility to ensure that the quality of that service is delivered in accordance with the exact same quality, equality and human rights principles, and in the same furtherance of the common good that rightly underpins and guides how all public services and bodies deliver services and perform their functions. No one in Ireland should ever be disadvantaged by a public decision to outsource a service or to purchase a product from the private sector. It is in pursuit of this important goal that the real importance and need for this bill is clear, because unfortunately it is ordinary citizens who have to pay the price for failings in both public procurement, but also due to a culture that allows the quality of a service to matter little compared to one that can be delivered at a lowest cost. They've paid through their contribution to public monies after supplementary financial claims made, after unrealistically lowball initial bids have ballooned in hundreds of millions of euro. And they've also paid by having lower quality services and products that have not been delivered at a standard that reflects our ambition, or even at a baseline our domestic and international human rights commitments. Every person here will have countless examples of when they've seen public procurement go wrong, when issues that were not aired at initial tendering and contract drafting stages went on to cause serious systematic problems later on in the process. Because if a contract does not have to compete on quality, then all we pay is price. The obvious example is the National Children's Hospital, which, due to decisions made on how to tender for its constructions, have now resulted in it likely being one of the most expensive hospitals ever built. The most heartbreaking is the scandal of the cervical check, which arose from a price-only contract. The most personal in my own daughter attending a school built by Western Building Systems and being sent home in 2008 because there were concerns about the structural integrity of the physical building in which she was educated and which we were informed may collapse. This is what happens when we get public procurement wrong. Public money is wasted, public health is jeopardised and public confidence suffers. To restore it, we need this bill. This bill would create a new default approach to public procurement that would ensure that price and quality will receive equal attention in deciding between bids for public contracts. Furthermore, for those once-in-a-generation large capital projects, when we won't get a second chance to get it right, it is fair and reasonable to expect that at least half of the decision-making on procurement would be determined by quality. Public procurement cannot and should not just be about how to spend as little money as possible in the here and now. It should be about building a process that can look 20 years into the future. Finally, the bill would require that the responsibility that exists on public bodies to exercise and promote human rights under the IREC Act would be further reflected in the contracts that such bodies sign for the delivery of goods and services to people in Ireland. When the state spends $12 billion a year on procurement and has such a dominant role in many economic markets, the embedding of human rights, promoting approaches in service delivery really has the potential to revolutionise these sectors and ensure that the state, its bodies and the services that it contracts are leading by example. This bill is expertly drafted, considered, balanced and timely. I would ask all colleagues who support its passage through second stage and where they may have issues that we could deal with them via a debate and amendment at committee stage. That is where we are all here elected to do. I would urge that a strong signal that we send out from this House today is one that rejects the sometimes catastrophic mistakes of past procurement failures. We must say to people watching that there will never be another cervical check or National Children's Hospital, and that the Oireachtas is acting to place the well-being and quality of life of people living here in Ireland at the centre of all future public contracts. Finally, I would like to address the Government's counter-motion that has been tabled and that would delay the bill's passage for 12 months. I, of course, accept the legislative change takes time to debate and consider, particularly in between the formal debates that occur in these houses. However, I do struggle to see what justification the Government have for a further 12 months delay when we already engaged in a process that is now several years old. I will leave that discussion and end there because I'm out of time, and we will look to address the delay in the amendments later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Davitt, you have 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sharing with Senator Murphy.
All right, is that agreed?
Thank you. I'd like to welcome all the good work that Senator Alice Mary Higgins and Senator Boylan have done in relation to this. They have spent quite a bit of time on it. There has been, no small detail left out, in fairness. And Senator Higgins spoke very passionately about it there, and to the point, I'd have to say, which was great. I think, look, contracts are never a simple issue. Even to look for quality, which a lot of, the quality of finish and the quality of product that people are looking to procure, even to be quality based, it's still no guarantee on price. If you're even only picking something on quality, it's still no guarantee on where price is going to finish or not. So many of these contracts, and I have been involved with a lot of different contracts over the years, there are extras, there are always add-ons. That's the devil is really in the detail at that stage. So these things are never just straightforward. Look, as I say, I've talked to Senator Higgins briefly in relation to it, and the general drive of the bill, I certainly think it has a lot of merits. I've talked to the Minister here briefly as well, and he'll be outlining his position as discussed. And thank you, Senator, and best of luck with your bill. And I'm going to pass over to Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks to Senator Davitt for giving me some time here. I suppose, like Senator Davitt, I want to compliment Senator Higgins and her colleagues for putting a lot of work into this. And I do believe it is an issue that we should be discussing. So this is a very, very important debate, because there are several aspects of procurement which I think need to be trashed out. There's obviously a lot of work, a lot of research has been done by you on this. And I don't think the Minister's proposal to say put it back for 12 months for further discussion, whatever, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, because there is a lot of discussing to be done on this. I just wonder, just a few queries I have in relation to the bill, and they're queries, it's just information I want to seek out, and maybe some of you might be able to answer. I may not be around, but if I'm not around, you might come back to me at some stage. Does the proposal require an accounting officer or a CEO to make a declaration on every procurement procedure where price is the only award criteria? Now, to me, the one thing that would be striking about that, would that not be very onerous, number one? Is it necessary? And would it not bring in a very significant administrative burden which could delay very important contracts to go ahead. I'd remind the House that there are over 7,000 contracting authorities in Ireland, including schools and health agencies. Having up to 7,000 contracting authorities reporting to the House of the Oireachtas each year at the scale outlined in Article 7.2, in my view, could be very onerous, and it could have a very negative effect. That's just, and again, I'm only seeking clarification on this. The bill proposes to introduce legislation to compel the Minister to issue guidelines concerning qualitative, environmental, social, human rights and equality considerations. Now, again, there is a concern that the bill could have an impact on the climate bill. Has that been considered by the Office of the Attorney General? That's just another query I have. The bill further compels contracting authorities to comply with these guidelines. This would have, in my view, the effect of creating additional regulations further to existing procurement regulations under number 284 to 2016. In addition, the Office of Government Procurement has developed the National Procurement Guidelines, which are intended as a toolkit for public buyers and a reference guide for economic operators. And I understand that those guidelines will shortly be updated to give further prominence to strategic procurement, which includes environmental and social considerations. And I just have those queries. I have nothing against the bill. I think it's a really good discussion to have. As I said, Senator Higgins, you've put a lot of work into this with your colleagues, and I'm sure only good can come out of it. I suppose just finally, the other thing I would say is that, and I'm sure other senators have come across this, there's often, we say, when major public works have been done in a local area, local small firms feel that they are excluded because of procurement. I often point out to those people, and often when they see a firm from England or from Germany or from somewhere else getting the work, they really get angry and say, we're employing 20 people here, we have an excellent standard of work, we should get a fair crack at the whip. Now, I would also point out to those people sometimes, that there are Irish firms on the other side of that coin that get the work in London or, in Rome or wherever it is. There are two sides to the coin. But I think it is an issue for smaller firms. And at the moment, we have a huge amount of work ongoing in relation to, rural renewal, urban renewal. And I do know that smaller firms in the localities are losing out because of procurement. And maybe that's something, as a group, we could discuss again. I know there's a lot of rules there, and you have to stick by the rules, but sometimes the smaller firms feel that they're excluded. Chairman, thank you very much, and I think, again, it's a really good discussion that we're having here today.
Good morning. Call on Senator Cohen to move the government amendment as well.
Good morning, I'd like to move Amendment 1 of the order paper. First of all, I'd like to welcome the Minister and thank Senator Higgins and her colleagues for the work on what is a very important bill. You can only have to look back at the record in any of these houses over a period of months, and you'll see the amount of times that procurement is actually raised in this House on a variety of areas, whether it be in relation to engagement of consultants, procurement frameworks, procure, manage and oversee projects, procurement processes to appoint a design team. We all use that language so often regarding the range of projects that we are interested in, that we want to pursue. And for those of you that watch as much TV as I like to do, you see in other countries the issues that arise with corruption and the way contracts are awarded and all that goes with it. And I'd like to think that doesn't happen in this country. Maybe that's been a little bit naive in some regards, but I think we have a very high standards process in terms of procurement, and that's right. And the Office of Government Procurement does a very important job on behalf of the state in terms of actually value for money, but also in terms of fairness, because if there's one thing most people don't like to see is to think that the process is unfair, that their people are getting the benefits of favouritism or whatever in that regard. I think transparency is hugely important in any system, and because of the transparency within the Irish system, I think this has led to acceptance by the business sector of the whole process. They regard it as being well run. Efficient businesses are rewarded therefore, and of course, in terms, as I said, of reducing corruption. We do, however, need to make the process easier for small businesses to tender regionally. And this is something that has been raised numerous times. Rather than the national procurement. We've heard stories of local suppliers who are excluded because of scale, because they don't have the requisite level of turnover to qualify for a job. But they do in terms of maybe on a regional basis, but on a national basis they don't. And I think that should be taken into account, because we want to see, the local suppliers and the SMEs having a fair crack at the whip in terms of being able to procure services. I know the Minister, that yourself have been engaging with Senator Higgins on this, and Senator Higgins is engaged with the Office of Government Procurement regarding this bill. And it is a thought-provoking bill, and there's a lot in it in terms of ensuring that contracts are not just price only, and there is merit in that, but that's not to say there aren't issues with the bill, and I note that that's the reason why you are suggesting, as per the amendment, a timed amendment in terms of the reading of the bill. In relation to SMEs, I know from the 2018 Public Service Spend and Tendering Analysis report from the Department that 11 of the 16 procurement spend categories remain predominantly SME, and that is heartening. That is up to 53% share of the spend, and obviously that varies with the category. For example, plant hire or fleet and plant up on the 90s and 80s in terms of SMEs being involved in that share. Also, minor building works and civils, marketing, print and stationery are all very high again at the 70s in terms of the share of the spend, and that is important. Some of the lower ones than you'd expect, those involved in defence, utility contracts, much lower share for SMEs. So there is scope there for SMEs to be able to tender and to be able to successfully secure a tender. I also welcome the programme for governments, the line of the programme for government regarding the SME working groups to promote engagement of SMEs in public procurement. And that group includes representatives from Irish Business Employers Confederation, Irish Small and Medium Enterprises, ISME, the Construction Federation, CIF, and the Small Firms Association, SFA, as well as chambers and key public officials within government. And that is very important in terms of ensuring, as said, that they know the processes and that they have a fair crack of that. I spoke earlier in the week in terms of the NDP, and again this is all interlinked in terms of delivery of the NDP, and at the end of the day we all want to see whatever projects are listed in the NDP, and for future projects that they are built on time, within cost, and that people have confidence in them. Whilst we have the Office of Government Procurement, I do believe that we could do it a unit or agency to oversee and deliver large projects in particular. Not to decide on the desirability of projects, but that would be involved in terms of the drawing up of tenders and managing contracts and managing the development. The unit would draw expertise from the Office of Government Procurement and project delivery, and identify areas and, if you like, troubleshoot at early stages of projects. And I think that could be a benefit in terms of this. So, look, this is, as I said, an important bill. There's a lot of very, as I said, thought-provoking and worthy elements to it in relation to having that social contract and ensuring that there are that we're cognizant of minorities, that we're cognizant of people with disabilities, and that groups who do tender for projects take notice and take cognizance of that. There is a lot of very important stuff, and I hope in the space of the timed amendment that we can work with Senator Higgins to ensure delivery of what she is promoting.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. Well, firstly, I want to warmly welcome Minister Oisin Smith to the House. We soldiered for a few years out in Dunleary at Down County Council together, so I know of him. And I don't think I've been in the House at the same time as you in terms of your ministry, so I want to wish you well and congratulate you on it, and it's a very important part of your work. And I know it's an area that you have experience in, so I think it's appropriate that you are the Minister with responsibility for this. I want also to thank the senators, Senator Higgins, Senator Éireann, Senator Black and Senator Flynn for introducing this bill. And because I think it's an important bill and it's timely, and it's particularly timely in and around the National Development Plan. And I know Senator Higgins referenced this with the Minister the other day when we talked about the National Development Plan. I also note Senator Higgins' many references to the Dutch model in relation to this, and I think that's an important barometer and an important yardstick to judge this by, because there's so much best practice out there in relation to these issues, as you know yourself, Minister. So I want to thank the senators for bringing this important legislation to the House. I don't accept and do not support the government's decision to defer this matter for 12 months, because you will know, and you referenced earlier on, Senator Carney, the government programme for government. And what does the programme for government say about procurement? Well, I'll tell you what it says, and it shouldn't come as any news to you, Minister. We are committed, and this is a direct quote from the programme for government, we are committed to evaluating and managing the environmental, the economic and the social impacts of procurement strategies within the state during the lifetime of the government. And quite frankly, we do not know the lifetime of this government, but during the lifetime of the government, and I take it you envisage it would be a 5-year lifetime, we will develop and implement a sustainable procurement policy. Well, I'd expect nothing less, particularly from the Greens in government, but you go on then to say the policy will ensure strong value for money for the taxpayer, seek to minimise the environmental impact and optimise the community benefit of products and services procured by the state, support innovation in supply markets to increase availability and effectiveness of sustainable solutions. You would further go on to encourage suppliers to adopt practices that minimise their impact on the environment and deliver community benefits. It then concludes by saying work in partnership with the suppliers to achieve common goals and continually improve performance over time. And we will task the Office of Government Procurement to date on all procurement frameworks in line with green procurement practice over the next few years. And that's all very laudable, and I don't think anyone has an issue with all of that. But when you then look at the reality in the situation, we spend billions in Ireland on contracts for goods, services and construction. We have a huge responsibility. All of us in public life have a responsibility in terms of holding procurement contracts to account. We talked about transparency, we talked about openness in how we do our business. And so we know that the government have in the past awarded contracts on the lowest bidder. And the lowest bidder doesn't always mean it's the best job, and it doesn't mean it's best practice. And we know, as Senator Higgins outlined and used the example of the National Children's Hospital and the absolute scandal of the overrun and the issues all around procurement, and then politicians. You think no one was in government for the last 5-10 years? Who was supporting the administration? Who allowed all this to happen? On whose watch? Many of the same people are sitting in the cabinet. They're certainly in government. They're certainly in the parties that are in government. And then they come in here and tell us that in a year's time, in light of everything, have we learned anything that's happened, particularly with the National Children's Hospital? So I think it's an absolute disgrace. And I would suggest, I don't agree that we should support the government's proposal, the leader's proposal on behalf of the government, because I don't think it's right. I think if the minister stood up here and said 6 months, you could understand that was a reasonable approach, but not 12 months. And what does that indicate in relation to intent? And if you have a problem, in 6 months you can come back to the House and explain it. That's fair enough. But suggest we're going to kick this down the road for 12 months. This government may not be here in 12 months. That is the reality of politics. That is the reality of a tripart administration. And we've got to all live with that. And we read about it every day in the paper. Just finally, in the minute and a half I've left, I want to just talk really on Section 5, Section 6 and Section 7 of the bill. And the bill in Section 5 provides for the contracting authority to take account of human rights and equality issues under existing EU and national legislation. Don't see a problem with that. Don't see that it should take 12 months to come up with some solutions in around that. Section 6 of the bill talks about the Minister for Public Expenditure shall issue guidelines concerning qualitative environmental, social, human rights, equality considerations that arise from contracts governed by public authority contracts regulations, and how these might be included in the preparation and procurement of such contracts. Don't have a difficulty with that. Why it should take 6 months to come up with something around that. And then finally, Section 7 talks about the requirement of the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform to prepare an annual report and lay it before the Houses of the Oireachtas. That's all about transparency. That's all about accountability. So what I find difficult here, Minister, is the legislation that's proposed in this bill, which is an excellent one. And I want to thank again Senator Higgins and our colleagues for the work they've done on it. And I quote and read there for you the objectives on procurement in the programme for government. And I don't see what's the problem here, because everything that's in this bill falls in to the general, should we say, tokenism or suggestion within the programme that you may do these things. So, Minister, I want to say, I'm not doubting you're not on board, but I'm saying I believe I'm supporting the bill, but more importantly, I'd like you to indicate, could we see greater and quicker progress within 6 months, not 12 months?
Senator Wall, 6 minutes.
I too, Minister, want to welcome you into the House today, and I also want to thank Senator Higgins, Senators Éireann, Black and indeed Senator Flynn for bringing this very important and indeed timely bill to the Seanad. The Labour Party is very pleased to support this bill. There's an onus on us all in this House to ensure that government operate best practice, given that this state is the largest procurer of services and indeed goods. The onus always must be on best practice in labour and environmental standards while achieving the best quality standards. The need for examining public procurement and public authorities and utilities under the contract preparation and award criteria is, as I have said, a very timely topic. We have only to look at recent awards, including the National Children's Hospital, to acknowledge how important such examinations are. This should not be about the cheapest way of getting things done. As has been said, we should always strive to achieve a quality product or indeed service. We're all very aware of the adage, if it seems too good to be true, then it is too good to be true, or penny wise, pound foolish. And that is the way we should approach public procurement. I know this bill is trying to address this, and I welcome that fact. Too often lists are presented where the only option is the contractor with the lowest price. Unfortunately, to our cost, and in too many recent cases, this method of selecting and awarding contracts has left this state carrying a bigger cost, and at the end of the day it is the taxpayer that ends up paying these additional costs. We must address quality over price. I'm aware of many of those waiting on tenders to return who are wishing that a particular contractor or indeed contractors do not come in with the lowest price simply because they know that it is, if they are forced to accept that contractor and indeed their lowest price, then it will lead them to finding faults, spending additional time on follow-ups and time-consuming inspections, given the history and experience many have with this type of procurement. That having been said, we thankfully have many reputable contractors, but there are differences in the quality of their work and on their ability to deliver quality projects and services within specified timeframes. There is certainly a lot of merit in looking at a system which does not use the lowest tender wins principle, regardless of any contractor or their previous records. It is my understanding that the Irish state spends £12 billion per annum on public procurement. There can never be any question or doubt that a robust procurement system is vitally important to the running of this country on a day-to-day and future basis for the benefits of all our communities. But we are all unfortunately aware that our state has suffered because of the consequences of the current low procurement process. From screening programmes to school building programmes, we have seen the results of what many describe as a system that has many flaws. The Children's Hospital, which was weighed, in my understanding, on the lowest price versus quality, being the latest example of the need for reform in this area. It is true that many public sector bodies and many of those that I have spoken to involved in procurement over the last number of years are recognising the need for stronger criteria, for change, and for greater emphasis on quality in determining the procedures involved in how we award public contracts. Indeed, many of those who are dealing with the tendering process are seeking more emphasis on quality, but much more emphasis on the economic outcomes of the project that they have been drawn up the tender for, rather than, as they see it, a race to the bottom and based on who can provide the lowest price in order to win this same contract. We believe this bill, as introduced by Senator Higgins and her colleagues, will point us all in that direction, and to that end, we welcome that inclusion and proposed change. We believe that this will make a change in the way that those tendering for these contracts view the process and indeed concentrate their minds on quality and sustainability, rather than how using certain materials or reducing some processes may win a contract which is weighted more on price. I did state, Lasca Hirlock, at the start of my contribution that I felt this bill was timely, and I would like to use part of my contribution to back the calls by my union SIPTU in calling on the Minister for Social Protection to reverse her recently announced market-driven approach to local development companies. Minister Humphreys is in the opinion of many heading down a road of privatising community and employment services, including the local development companies involved in job creation and support for the unemployed. SIP2 have commented that this proposed process has created a real and genuine concern among our members that the wholesale privatisation of the community sector is the ultimate end game for this government. Local development companies are constituted on a not-for-profit basis, and the proposal to change these essential services to a cost bid rather than a cost met model will not serve job seekers, staff or communities well. They go on to say that this move may ultimately facilitate the selling off of these important services to private companies with little or no positive outcomes for the communities our members serve. The timely aspect of this proposed announcement is the emphasis again here on government on cost rather than the quality and environmental outcomes of the changes in public procurement as proposed in Senator Higgins's bill. I'm aware of the terrific work being carried out all over the country by local development companies, but particularly in my home county of Kildare, we must not make the mistakes of the past and put price before community benefit. We note the bill does not propose introducing mandatory green public procurement criteria, but we do agree with Senator Higgins that it should lead to more consideration of the importance of reviewing green criteria and the importance of how we view the future of our tendering process from a green environmental consideration. We must ensure that the future procurement process includes sustainable products and indeed services. I look forward to this bill progressing. I once again thank Senator Higgins and all our colleagues for introducing it once again. We must learn Lascahirlock from the mistakes of the past and build and secure sustainable infrastructure and services that will last into the future and give us all value for money. Thank you, Lascahirlock.
Our next speaker is Senator Pauline O'Reilly.
Firstly, just to say that the government has no intention of going anywhere. I think you'll be glad to hear, Senator. And obviously, if you read the whole piece from the programme for government, you will see that it says we task the Office of the Government Procurement to update all procurement frameworks in line with a green procurement practice over the next 3 years. So I actually do think it's quite generous to say that we look at this within the next 12 months. And also, I can see that the Minister has actually worked very, very closely with Senator Higgins, and I think that she would agree with that and with all of the other senators involved in this. And I think I would very much welcome that we would come back to this bill. I think it's correct that it's a timed amendment. But we need to be practical about things. I mean, we could just put in an amendment and say timed amendment for tomorrow. But actually, if in looking through actually what needs to go into that, if we came back tomorrow and it wasn't actually green and it didn't actually protect workers' rights, then there'll be no point in that. So 12 months sounds like it's a very decent proposal, and I hope everybody will join with me and in supporting that, because I think it's important that we don't, just throw around nonsense figures that actually aren't going to be achievable. Because what we want, and I think what's very clear from the government, is we've put a Green Minister into this area. So it does show that it's really important to us. And there's quite a significant amount in the programme for government that also shows that it's really important to us. Because actually, and people are probably sick of hearing what I've done in my past life, but I did actually work in procurement for a few years as well as everything else. And sometimes what happens is that, procurement is done behind closed doors, and you do need to have really robust systems in place, because it is sometimes the person who has the most money or the contract that's the lowest that will get it. And it sometimes feels like a tick box exercise. Oh, we've got this, this and this. Well, we have to make sure that there are enough tick boxes there to cover every eventuality and make sure that everybody is protected in that, because procurement is not actually something that hits the headlines all of the time until something is going wrong. So nobody's watching. The systems need to be in place, but they need to be robust systems. I welcome everything that's in this bill, actually, and I think it's coming from a very good place. And I think the fact that Senator Higgins has worked with the government in order to change things from the previous iteration shows a really good working relationship, and I hope that that continues. Thank you.
Senator O'Reilly. Senator Gavin, you have 6 minutes.
Look, good to see you in the chair, comrade. I want to begin just by congratulating Senator Higgins for a really excellent piece of well thought out legislation. I'm quite taken aback by the comments of the last speaker, Senator Riley. You spoke about throwing around nonsense figures. The only figure that was mentioned here was by Senator Boyne, who suggested 6 months rather than 12. So, you know, to make a comment like that, frankly, shows either you're not listening or you're not showing respect to the very hard work that's been done on this particular bill. And like others, I am frustrated about the 12 months, I have to say that, because I think we've heard from most people that this is a very good, well thought out bill. There's some constructive points by Senator Murphy which needs to be addressed. I think 6 months is more than adequate time in which to do so. What I like about this bill is as follows. Firstly, it highlights the real untapped potential of public procurement. The fact that we spend $12 billion and yet we have this extremely narrow set of criteria around price and price only. And as so many people have referred to, the disasters that can unfold under that process, like the Children's Hospital. And again, I suspect all of us would agree on that. Secondly, it blows out of the water this myth that social clauses have to be restricted because of EU rules and procurement. This has been really well called out by Senator Higgins, not just in the bill, but in the series of meetings we've had in the run-up to the bill. And indeed, I'll quote myself from what the European Commission say in relation to public procurement. It says, public authorities can engage in socially responsible public procurement by buying ethical products and services and by using public tenders to create job opportunities, decent work, social and professional inclusion, and better conditions for disabled and disadvantaged people. So that's what was allowed when the directive was put in place in 2014. It is a real tragedy that the government at the time ignored all of that and went in with the minimum possible requirements just on price. Hugely disappointing. But we have an opportunity now to change it. What I particularly like about the bill is it fits in extremely well with Sinn Féin's policy of community wealth building, which is about talking to anchor institutions across each locality. So for in Limerick, it would be the University Hospital in Limerick, it would be the council, it would be the hospital itself and the university, and getting core principles applied across those anchor institutions in terms of how they go about procurement, looking at issues like a low carbon footprint, like a living wage, like recognising the right of people to join and be represented by trade unions, and awarding points on those bases. That would be transformative. That would be transformative in people's lives. Let me tell you what's happening at the minute under the current procurement scheme. I could give you any number of examples, but I'll talk about the workers in Galway who I've had contact with, who work in Galway Hospital. Canteen staff, they work for one of the biggest multinationals in the world. They are frontline workers serving meals to people in the hospital. They are paid just the minimum wage, just a bare, miserable minimum wage. And if anyone steps out of line, if anyone talks about the fact they want to join a trade union or take action, what happens? They don't get work the following week. That's public procurement, how it works at the minute. There's something fundamentally wrong. There's something fundamentally broken in the system. And the point is it can be changed, and this bill points the direction in which we can do that. And I'm very taken by the fact that in the Netherlands, 73% of the time, there's actually no additional cost. So again, we can see how it can work better. To take Senator Murphy's point about local builders missing out, he's right about that, by the way. He is right about that. And again, the procurement game doesn't work well enough for small local builders. I spoke to a councillor in Limerick today who tells me the small builders have missed out on the work for the voids in the council, 150 voids in Limerick at the minute. And the big contractors are just incredibly slow at doing the work. So we lose out in terms of the results because of the way procurement is currently stacked. We need to do it differently. So the most frustrating point for me is the fact that, well, two things. Firstly, the ICTU were on record at the time in 2015 calling on the government to do much more with the original directive, and of course it wasn't done. And now we hear this 12 months. Remember the last time we were told about kicking it out for 12 months? What was that about? That was about Seanad reform. I think everyone knows where we're going with Seanad reform under this government. It ain't going to happen. Minister, where is the Green Party making a difference? I mean, we know what to expect from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. In fairness, they're open about the fact that they're Conservative parties, they're right-of-centre parties. The Green Party was supposed to make a difference. The way you can make a difference, Minister, now is by agreeing that instead of waiting 12 months, kicking the can down the road, when we're spending huge amounts of money each year, and when we can make a real difference in people's lives and people's working conditions, and build decency into public procurement, why, at the very least, not take up the very sensible response from Senator Higgins, from Senator Boyne, and from myself and others to buy into 6 months? 6 months gives us plenty of time
to do the additional work. Don't forget, Senator Higgins has done work on this bill for the last couple of years. She did it in the last Parliament. So the idea that this conversation is only starting just isn't the case. This is the fruition of that work. It's a really well thought out bill. Legally, we believe it's very sound. We'd prefer to do a little bit more in terms of being more specific, but we could do that at committee stage anyway in terms of building in those workers' rights. But right now, we have a decision collectively. Do we move forward with this bill, take a 6-month timeline, and come back and make those changes so that we can make real differences right now at the end of this year for the coming year and make a real difference in terms of procurement, or do we kick the can down the road? If we kick the can down the road, Minister, I have to be very direct with you. That's a huge failing. That's another example where the Green Party say they're going to make a difference and then basically fade away into the background and just do what the civil servants tell them to do. And I want to put this on record too. I believe there is an ideological issue at the heart of this, that in the Public Expenditure and Reform Department, there is a real resistance to building in decency, particularly in relation to collective bargaining and a living wage. And that is a fundamental problem that we need to come over. Minister, you can do better. I implore you to do better today.
Senator O'Reilly.
Thank you very much, Lasker Éireann. At the outset, could I congratulate my good friend and colleague, Senator Alice Mary Higgins, on this legislation. Senator Higgins is a particularly reflective individual and senator, and a very, very hard-working senator. And this is the product of a lot of assiduous work, and I congratulate her. And it leads to a good debate, and it leads us to look at the procurement question and to legislate properly for it. So I think she's made a great contribution to the House in this matter and is to be commended for it. And I think she displays tremendous patriotism and commitment to all of these matters and great dedication to the Senate. As the Senator herself said at the outset, it's about 116 billion. There are about 116 billion worth of contract in the National Development Plan now. So with that imminent expenditure, which is wonderful, it brings into focus this whole question. I had a relation up in Cavan who had a healthy thriftiness, and which is much caricatured, that condition, by Neil Tobin, of course, incorrectly, but this particular relation of mine had a certain thriftiness about him, but he would always buy everything new at a time when the culture would allow for buying second-hand things. And he was asked by a neighbour, why do you buy everything new, given that he had this other attribute? And he said the reason is the new article is the cheapest article. And this is the basic fundamental principle that's at issue here, that sometimes what's a little dearer may be the cheapest in the long term because of the overall holistic impact. Now, I do want to mention something, a cautionary tale in relation to that in a moment, but I think the question of sustainability in the context of the climate change bill of yesterday, that's the climate change legislation, is a wonderful piece of legislation and is to be applauded and is to be welcomed. And I think sustainability and the green proofing, if you like, will have to be part, green energy proofing, and will have to be part of procurement into the future now. And things like low-cost energy, clean energy, the use of products arising from clean energy. The social impact is a very important one. We've known the cases down the years of exploited foreign workers in this country. There were some shocking examples back in the Celtic Tiger days of Turkish labourers in Ireland and how they were being treated on building sites. I mean, that sort of thing has to be addressed in the procurement process. Decent employment standards have to be addressed there, and the whole human rights agenda. And I think that is all sustainable. The cautionary tale I would introduce and would mention to Senator Higgins and to the Minister is we'll have to watch that this wouldn't provide a smokescreen for fiddling. And by that I mean that if there were wrongly, corruptly accepted tenders for wrong and corrupt reasons and for favouritism and insider trading, if you like, that the pretext could be a supposed social advantage, a supposed that they represented more social advantage. So we'd want very strict criteria, very It would want to be, I sat on a tenders committee of a county council for a number of years, and I know where this could come into play. You'd be rejecting the lowest, the cheapest tender. You'd be doing it on the premise that it was that there was more social equity in the manner of operation of the other one, and you'd have to I'd commend him, Senator Higgins and the Minister, shocking care here to avoid corruption or to avoid it being used as a smokescreen, albeit a right and laudatory exercise in the first place. An interesting thing that I find in the schools situation, locally at home and right through the country, but I naturally would know my local examples. Schools are constrained by the national procurement framework in that they cannot support local businesses because of the national. They would wish to support local businesses that sponsor them, that support events in the school, and maybe local tradespersons, etc. But they can't do that because of the national procurement model, and sometimes that's not a good thing. So the metrics in the national procurement model is cost alone, and thus might be precluding local tradespersons. Now, an interesting thing that happens in the border, I mean, I'm all in favour, and I speak at my Brexit committee and all of my other committees about the need for cross-border cooperation, and there is, and there should be, and there must be. But one of the little byproducts of the border in my area is that because of lower wages and because of different laws in the north, in relation to employment rules, etc., that you're able to have northern people come into the south, and they're very welcome, and naturally there's no issue there, but the issue is that they can tender artificially lowly because they come from a regime of less wages, more casual employment, lack of no unionisation, etc. So that is an issue. And it's an issue along the border. And I notice my good friend Senator David nodding there because he knows that terrain and he knows he lives near the Cavan border. It's a real issue in my area where contracts for the building of my local community, schools all over the place, various other public facilities have been lost to people who you wouldn't mind, they're well entitled to tender under EU law, but they're not, they should not be able to come in with a different sort of a regime and be considered to be on an equal trading playing pitch, and therein lies the kernel of the problem there. There's 7,000 agencies, as is mentioned, in the country doing this, and this makes it a very complex business. I think the point, I forget who made the point, but it was well made about persons with disability, and that's a very important thing. The Scottish model was cited by a colleague, I just can't recall which one, as an issue, that that there was a bonus, if you like, being given in the Scottish model of procurement for employment of persons with disability. I think that's very important. We won't be able to get, and we all know from practical experience, we won't be able to get the ratio or the number of disabled persons with varying disabilities employed up without getting it built into the procurement process as a bonus. Because otherwise, if you were to go for the lowest price in a totally blanket way, well then you miss that. I know I'm going over time, so I'll just conclude by genuinely congratulating my colleague. I think it's extremely deep and reflective legislation and is worthy of serious consideration. But I would say to the colleague, if it takes a year to get it right, so what, only get it right. So I wouldn't quibble over the few months if I were her. Thank you.
Sure, Margaret, Laska Éireann. Senator Siri Carney.
Thank you, Laska Éireann. I wanted to speak very briefly today on this legislation and begin by commending Senator Higgins for it. I believe it is really positive, really good, and I think reflective is a very, very good word for it. I think it shows your tremendous passion, your insight, and it stands as a challenge to government that we would benefit to listen from and listen to and take on board. The most economically advantageous tender and cost, while it is a very attractive and obvious metric to use in determining the outcome of any tender process, it doesn't always take cognizance of all of the elements that are needed and issues that are needed to be considered. So while I appreciate the government's concerns, and naturally I don't want a situation whereby supply chains are become laboriously bureaucratic, we do need to consider that the metrics that are used in determining and considering any tender process, and to make sure that they are fit for purpose and that they test what they should test, and they check. So all projects should have an assessment to establish whether the criteria that assesses the outcome of that tender process really is suited to ensuring that the beneficiaries, the intended beneficiaries of that process, get the maximum out of it. In recent years, we've seen the tendering of the work of partnerships around the state, resulting in the consolidation of services, the consolidation of more managed services with a client and community focus, and that's lent itself to innovations in services in a very positive way. In some instances, I've seen the creation of new services out of the people that didn't get the tender, and to move to be able to be freed up and to do other areas of work. We've seen the recruitment industry brought into the provision of job seeker supports, which I think is another positive development, which has gained through the greater use of the tendering process of the state. The e-tender system in advertising tenders has been a very effective and efficient one. I know that from my own business in the past. I still receive the email every morning and have glanced through it, and have done so for years. But as do many small companies. However, not all small companies are able to tender for the work. Many companies have to retain the services of a person to especially write tenders, because they're so complex and there's so much required in them. So from my experience, the tendering process requires an assessment of competence and capability of the applicant, and that's taken into account in the experience of similar work, and they must reference other completed projects as well. So for companies starting off getting into the system, that can be a difficult thing to do and quite an ordeal to over. So I wonder how much innovation and positivity we lose from that process. So I would, in the hesitation of companies in finding it onerous. So I think we need to ensure that the process of tendering for work takes cognizance of that and allows small and big. So I'd be anxious to see that bureaucracy removed. I noted in the lead up to the preparation for today, the guidelines that were published by then Minister Paschal Donoghue, and who else? There's a whole committee here, but also Minister Patrick O'Donovan back in 2019, which were the public procurement guidelines for goods and services. And in that, when we look at the index of that, it goes into everything, across a whole, the necessity for environmental concerns, the necessity to look at the labour market and to ensure that the employment standards are, and I note in that in employment law, we do have a transfer of undertakings, which is a protection to ensure that the terms and conditions of employees don't become reduced when tendering comes into play. So I just note that as being ensuring, and have been involved in the due diligence process in that regard, where staff transfer when tenders are won by different parties. So I think that we have inbuilt standards already in industry standards, EU standards and ISO standards. So those public procurement guidelines are very helpful, and they set out to actively engage SMEs in the process and elaborate on those minimum standards. And it also deals with abnormally low tenders. So it gives guidance on all of those areas and ensuring that there are audit trails, and also allowing for the competing parties to be excluded, and sets out the grounds at which people can be excluded. So I think that we have we have systems in place. There are enhanced systems here within this piece of legislation that I very much recommend. So I think that taking time to ensure we come out with the best possible process of this is really to be commended and is right, and I support that. So I really welcome your bill. I welcome that it ignites the conversation to review and consider our procurement process, and that we agree. But I also agree that we need a time for pause to make sure we have the best, as my colleague has said, that we have the best outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call on Senator Malcolm Byrne.
Thank you, Minister, for taking this debate around procurement. And I would certainly thank, again, like others, Senator Higgins, for bringing this legislation to this House. And I think it is important that we do consider the principles that she has raised, because they are particularly important. I do, in regard to, I have to say, I think it's unfortunate, Senator Gavin, that you use this as an opportunity again to look at attacking the government, and in terms of what the centrist parties have done, and then to sort of say, you know, what difference have the Green Party made in government? I mean, part of the requirements around this are around making sure that we build into environmental protections and so on into our procurement process. And one of the real differences, and while all of government is committed to it, the Climate Action Bill, which has been introduced this year, I pay tribute to the Green Party, which I think if you ask a question well into the future where a difference has been made, it is going to be in terms of the Climate Action Bill. It is something that all of the parties in government are committed to, but certainly it is something that you know, the Green Party are strongly behind. And it is where a difference is being made. And when you talk about, you know, I mean, one of the remarks that was being made earlier was about the number of projects of procurement under the National Development Plan. Well, that's where the parties in government are making a difference to all of our communities in terms of investment under the National Development Plan. And that's because we have a vibrant economy. And that's because we also believe on this side to talk about protecting workers' rights. And it's bizarre that I find that somebody who so regularly cites Cuba and Venezuela as models. Well, I can tell you, if you look at the examples of workers' rights in those countries, it's certainly nothing to be bragging about. I do want to talk about, Minister, with regard to procurement, and I think where I'm coming from on this was prior to my election to the Oireachtas, I worked for the Higher Education Authority, and we would have been involved in a number of procurement projects. And I frequently used to look at, you know, how procurement was done, and this whole question around the most economically advantageous tender. And the reality is that works well if you're ordering a big lot of paper clips. But when it comes to things like, for instance, and as I had experienced at the time, when you're ordering the design of websites or IT systems or a design contract, then you have to take other factors into account. And I think too often we just simply assume that following the meat formula is the best formula. It's not. And I think we do need to look at quality criteria, Senator Higgins and others have said. And I'm not opposed to the idea of 50% of the marks being given to quality and building in factors. And I think we need to debate that. I certainly think that that's something that's very important. I think also when we look at public procurement contracts, I often look at it, but you know, how do the public perceive what is happening? And one of the difficulties so often is there is a perception that the public sector is not able to get good value for money. And we've got to look at ways to ensure that we address this, which I think this legislation goes some way towards helping on doing that. There is a perception that's out there, and it's not true, but that a lot of public projects always end up running over time and over budget. And we've got to look at, you know, how do we ensure from very early on as part of the procurement process that we can give that certainty to all of our citizens that, you know, whether it's local government or national government in the awarding of contracts, we know that this is going to be tracked. I'm going to cite an example just of something which is where I'm from in Gorey and Wexford that is sort of mind-boggling to people in the locality, which was the redevelopment of the Gorey Town Park, which was originally due to come in, because again, it went through a public procurement process, originally due to come in at a cost of 1.2 million. and was meant to have been completed 18 months ago to 2 years ago. The current cost is running at something of the order of 2.7 million. It still hasn't been completed, in spite of commitments to have a clerk of works appointed. That hasn't happened. And part of the problem is, and I don't know, because there are a lot of other very good projects Wexford County Council have been involved in, but people in here can cite projects in local authorities right around the country where there have been cost overruns, things have run late, nobody seems to be held to account. So I think that whatever we do in terms of our public procurement, that the public have confidence that the system will deliver on time. Yes, of course, there are times when projects do overrun for very good reasons, but part of that is once the contract is awarded, that it is going to be followed. I'm glad that the government are not opposing this piece of legislation. I do think that it does raise, as Senator Carney had said, and a number of the issues that she raised, I agree with her. It does raise some very important issues, and I would hope, Minister, that in your response that you would take the contributions of all senators on board. Very
much. And I'd like to call on Senator Francis Black.
And before I start, can I formally move the amendment on behalf of Senator Higgins? And I just want to welcome you to the House, Minister. And I am in wholehearted support of the Quality in Public Procurement Bill. And I have to start by commending my colleague, Senator Alice Mary Higgins, for her hard work and ongoing commitment to tackling the numerous flaws in the area of public procurement and public expenditure. This bill is clear, it's concise and strong. And the aim here is to strengthen the national legislative framework for sustainable public procurement with a well-mapped four-part approach. We have an historic opportunity to overhaul our outdated public procurement regime and pass legislation that delivers for our communities and our businesses. And in 2019, Ireland spent €12 billion on goods, services and construction. The National Development Plan has stated that €116 billion of public funding will go towards major capital work projects. This huge amount of government spending must be leveraged to play its part in Ireland's economic recovery, opening up public contracts to more small businesses and social enterprises to innovate in public services delivery, and introducing legislation like this bill would support that aim. I mean, we, the Irish people, have a right to know that our money is being spent wisely and efficiently on the public services that we all benefit from and enjoy. And in order to do this, legislation such as the Quality and Public Procurement Bill is essential to create a carefully thought-through model in standards and performance. When state agencies are considering tenders for projects, they don't have to select the lowest price bid, and that in setting the procurement strategy, drafting the contract terms and evaluating tenders, they can and should take a broad view of value for money that includes social value. And this bill will help us to improve public procurement, which will not only save the taxpayer money, but drive social, environmental and economic benefits in our country. Awarding the right contract to the right supplier is the cornerstone of public procurement and the litmus test for an effective procurement regime. In order to have the best public services, we need the best suppliers, and a regulatory regime must support contracting authorities in selecting those suppliers. Achieving value for money in public procurement must remain about securing the best mix of quality and effectiveness for the least outlay over the period of use of the goods or services bought. And this includes the whole life costs and quality aspects and the economic, social and environmental aspects of a contract. Government departments don't have to select the cheapest bid, and they can take into account the wider economic, social or environmental benefits. This legislation would introduce a price-quality ratio as the default approach to awarding contracts. This would mean that if authorities choose to award a significant contract based on the price only, they are also required to publish an explanation from a senior official on why that contract was awarded, which would ensure transparency and accountability. This bill would ensure that any contracts over 5.3 million, or otherwise known as contracts over the EU public works threshold would set a target of 50% quality criteria. It's massive potential in terms of shifting the culture around the public procurement process, and it sends a signal to businesses, including SMEs, that we care about your track record and that we care about the quality of what you do. It sends a clear and important message that if you put the work in to raise your standards and lead best practice in an area, that you will be rewarded when it comes to securing contracts. And finally, I'm happy to support this legislation, as there's no doubt about it, the benefits of having the awarding of contracts based on best value and also best quality will benefit everyone. As the awarding of contracts is the spending of public funds, it's imperative that these contracts are both value for money and of the highest quality, and we must ensure that the tendering process is open and transparent. And I'm very disappointed with the government's amendment of deferring this bill for 12 months. Minister, I really do think that all the work can get done within the 6-month period. So I would really encourage you to think about that, and because this bill it's a phenomenal piece of work, and I know my colleague has put so much work into this, and I would really encourage, and I would encourage people here today to support that as well, to support that it's 6 months rather than 12 months.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for Senator Black?
When I respond, I can second.
Right, thank you. I'd now like to call on Senator Martin Conway. Apologies.
No, that's okay. Not a problem at all. Laska Hirlach and Gora Magat, and Minister, you're very welcome to the House. And I would like to commend Senator Alice Mary for what is a very prudent piece of legislation. Procurement for too long in this country, in my view, has been price-driven. And, I think the rule of thumb of 15% in terms of quality and 85% in terms of price really isn't reflective of a modern world where we do want quality and where we do deserve quality. And we look at some of the high-profile examples, and I quote one that's well known and in the public domain, the Children's Hospital. And I think that if a different approach to the tendering was operated for the Children's Hospital, we'd be in a situation where I think there would have been a far different outcome. So that's one example, but there are hundreds of examples that we're all aware of where contracts were awarded to outfits that shouldn't have had those contracts awarded. There's been schools which turned out to have defects, and the quality was questionable, to say the least. So the need for this legislation is urgent, in my view. But yes, we do need to get it right. I'm not quite convinced that a 12-month deferral was necessary, but I bow to your better judgment in that, Minister. You're starting into a very interesting brief, and if you believe that in 12 months' time we will get it right, well, I'll take your word on that. But I will like to be back here in 12 months' time where we've got it right, because there's too many examples of where it hasn't been got right. I'd also like to talk briefly about the phenomenal amount of cost overruns that have taken place in this country over the last 20, 30 years in terms of projects. I think the only projects that came in on time and under budget were motorway projects. I think if you look at practically all other projects, they've gone over budget. And what's the reason for that? The reason for that is because they were awarded to the cheapest, who is not always necessarily the best. You have situations where the QS work did not identify issues that then emerged, and who ends up paying at the end of the day? The taxpayer, the people of Ireland. And that wouldn't happen if we had a different approach to procurement. Now, I do acknowledge, and Senator Siri Carney referenced that the guidelines that were brought out in 2019. A lot of work went into those guidelines, and they are, by and large, a set of good guidelines. But I do think that this debate is necessary. But debates are necessary, but action is critical.
And I just sincerely hope that we can address this, because ultimately it will save money. Ultimately, the quality of the work that will eventually be done, there's a better chance at least that we will be able to stand over it. And I'd like to know as well, what happens internationally, because we get it so wrong in this country so often, but yet in other countries they don't get it as wrong. It can't be rocket science. So maybe built into your 12-month period, you might just have a look at what's been done internationally and see if we can learn from it. But again, as Senator Alice Mary always does, she comes up with some what I would describe as very thoughtful and very responsive to societal need in terms of her private members' bills, and I'd like to commend her for it. And I sincerely hope, Minister, that you now engage with her, because she did have this legislation in the previous Seanad, but I have no doubt that what's before us now is a much improved version of that. But Minister, if you and your officials can engage with her, I'm sure that what will be the end product will save money for Ireland and will improve the quality of public works for decades to come.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to call on Senator Mullen, please.
I would like to commend my NUI Seanad colleague, Senator Alice Mary Higgins, for bringing forward this bill, which I support. We have a serious problem in this country, and to welcome the Minister, of course, Ada. We have a serious problem in this country when it comes to value for money. It arises in part due to the quick fix nature of Irish politics and public administration, and the constant desire to seek out easy answers to difficult problems, often for electoral reasons. Flowing from this is the notion that when it comes to public procurement, the cheapest option will surely deliver the best value for money. But we've learned from bitter experience that that's rarely the case. Anyone running a household knows that the lowest priced goods or services are rarely those of best quality or indeed the best option for their circumstances and needs. And even households who are struggling to make ends meet will sometimes have to strike a balance by paying a higher price for improved quality for a product which might last longer, ensuring better value in the long run. And surely the same ought to apply to public procurement and public projects and indeed to the spending of taxpayers' money. The practice of lowest price tendering has often led to contractors undercutting each other deliberately, but perhaps understandably, presenting unrealistic costings of projects in order to secure a deal. In some cases, it has led to contractors and developers collapsing because the project couldn't be completed on the basis of original unrealistic projections. Quality and reliability are rarely properly considered. Once contracts are signed, the reality is that the taxpayer assumes all the risk because the state is often in a position where it can't allow key projects to fail. It's too late at that point to go back to the drawing board to review contracts or to address any deficits in the plans. Ultimately, this may lead to the state having to throw good money after bad to bail out failed contracts or failing projects. Ultimately, choosing the lowest price contract ends up costing the taxpayer much more. So surely we should be looking at this as a household would, as a prudent householder would. Instead of choosing the lowest price, we should choose the best value price. I'm not sure if, in fact, I suspect Senator Alice Mary wouldn't be Margaret Thatcher's greatest fan, but her obsession with value for money was brought home to me because my sister gave me Charles Moore's excellent biography of Thatcher, or the first volume of it, for Christmas, and I've been reading it, and I discovered that she passed her driving test while she still had 2 lessons for which she had paid already not taken. So having passed her driving test, she went ahead and took the 2 lessons anyway, described by Moore as showing an almost inhuman thirst to get value for money. Others would say it was because she still hadn't mastered the U-turn, and never did, in fact. But anyway, in relation to procurement... oh God, I'm proud to be accused of finally saying something gendered. I've wondered so long what it actually means. But anyway,
Around 11 billion is spent by the state on public procurement per annum, which is about 13% of our entire public spending. And this shows the vast amount of money at stake here and just how much there is to be misspent. But it also shows the purchasing clout of the state and what should be an ability to demand the best value for money. We're all too aware of situations where seeking the lowest price rather than the best price has led to poor outcomes for the state and for its people. And Senator Higgins' briefing note on the bill mentioned the cervical check scandal, where low cost was a priority, leading directly to the misdiagnosis of scores of women, and in so many cases to sadness and justified indignation. And it was a welcome reminder and a very astute, I think, illustration of the problem. I've raised the issue of the National Children's Hospital many times in recent years. Clearly, the tender accepted for that project was unrealistically low, and this has led to endless increases in costs. A project that was tendered at 432 million in 2017 was valued at 1 billion in 2019, and when push comes to shove, it's probably going to exceed 2 billion by the time it's finished. And you have to wonder genuinely, how was this possible? Clearly, the factors included, first of all, woefully inadequate oversight at a political and civil service level within the Department of Health, a hands-off attitude, I think it has to be said, by the former Minister, Minister Harris, but also there was clearly inadequate and unrealistic estimates made at the tendering stage. Was achieving a lowest price a factor in this? I think that perhaps it was. My reading of the bill is that it would introduce a greater concept of what is referred to as best value pricing, or BVP. And as I understand it, this was originally an American concept, but it has spread to Europe. In the Netherlands, it is known as prestatie inkoop, which literally, I probably pronounced that terribly wrongly, but which literally means performance procurement. We should support the adoption of this kind of practice here in Ireland. The bill also binds the state to ensure that its obligations under European Convention on Human Rights are factored into public procurement. That surely should be uncontroversial. The bill introduces concepts of social considerations into procurement. I'd be interested to hear more about what kind of social considerations might be taken into account here and what they would look like in practice. It's always struck me, for example, that large construction projects happening in Dublin City, for example in the renovation and redevelopment of 1950s council housing, do these projects employ many people from the communities where those developments are taking place? There's been huge development in the Docklands and Grand Canal area in the last decade, most of it in the private sector, admittedly, but I get the impression that despite relatively high unemployment in these areas, very few local people were employed in the construction of these office buildings, or indeed into multinational businesses who later occupy them. So I'll conclude by saying that surely perhaps this is also the case in public funded projects, and whether this is an issue that could be taken into account under the heading of social considerations. It seems to me that that's something well worth considering. The latitude.
Thank you, Senator Moynihan. And just before we move to the Minister, I just want to thank Senator Higgins for bringing this particular bill to the House today. My daughter in the UK runs a UK public procurement platform for social enterprises. I'm so glad to see Section 6 there for social enterprises and social inclusion. So thank you. Minister, please address. Thank you very much.
So for start, I'd like to thank Senator Higgins for her detailed engagement both with me and with my office over the months to do with this particular legislation. I also want to thank all of the senators here today. I've genuinely found that the contributions were very instructive, very thoughtful, very constructive, and I'm delighted to see a consensus emerging across all parties. I'm going to explain today the reasons why the government has tabled a time-limited amendment of 12 months to allow for comprehensive consideration of the implications of the bill. Strategic spending should play a key role in responding to societal, environmental and economic challenges. Sustainable procurement practices with a continued focus on qualitative criteria in line with the national procurement guidelines represents the future of public procurement in Ireland. Indeed, the government has set out a number of commitments in the programme for government in relation to public procurement, including evaluating and managing the environmental, economic and social impacts of procurement strategies within the state. The intentions behind this bill are well considered. The practical implications require comprehensive consideration, particularly the ability of the state to seek value for money, the potential impact on businesses and the legal implications for Ireland with respect to EU public procurement directives. The proposed legislation goes beyond the minimum obligations under the procurement regulations. The bill would add an overhead of additional procedures to the sourcing of vital goods and services. It is my duty as Minister of State responsible for public procurement to accurately weigh up the costs of this additional administration against the probable benefits. I will not prejudge this exercise. The National Public Procurement Policy Framework provides the framework to enable more sustainable and better public procurement practices, and indeed significant work has already been undertaken by the Office of Government Procurement in this regard. The implications of this bill need to be thoroughly thought through. Previous generations of the EU directives were criticised for their lack of flexibility. The 2014 directives, transposed via the 2016 regulations, afforded flexibility to public buyers to obtain procurement that fits their individual needs. Government policy has not changed in this regard. The aim, and indeed the challenge, is to leverage public procurement to achieve wider societal benefits while retaining the flexibility afforded by the regulations. The method by which we deliver change must also be fully considered. While it is essential that the state achieves quality outcomes for citizens through public procurement, I wish to point out that the reform of the public procurement function is and remains driven by the need to obtain value for public money in procuring goods, services and works. It is essential that value for money is not adversely affected by the inclusion of overly prescriptive quality, price, balance requirements and administrative and reporting procedures, and I know that this is not the intention of Senator Higgins' bill. The OGP has been actively engaged and proactive on environmental and social issues. The OGP published their Circular 20 of 2019, promoting the use of environmental and social considerations in public procurement in October 2019. The circular highlights the potential for departments to deliver wider social and environmental aims through public procurement, including in relation to employment and training opportunities for disadvantaged groups, disability access, promoting social inclusion and social enterprises. This circular was the latest in a series of measures following publication of the information note on incorporating social considerations into public procurement in December 2018. That information note assists policymakers and practitioners in understanding how public procurement can be used to facilitate the advancement of existing social policy objectives, as well as the wider context and implications of including them in particular public procurement projects. The OGP has also established the Cross-Departmental Strategic Procurement Advisory Group, bringing together officials from policy departments with procurement practitioners to share best practices and to facilitate the process of incorporating social and environmental considerations into public procurement. These developments promote and facilitate the inclusion of social considerations in a structured manner, and they're aimed at helping policymakers and procurement practitioners to understand how procurement can be used to support advancement of existing social policy, the wider context and the implications of including them in procurement projects. So by way of context, I would like to outline the significant successes in the area of public procurement that have been achieved so far, and in particular I'd like to highlight Circular 1014, an administrative means of implementing government policy that has had a significant impact on facilitating SME participation in public procurement. I recently chaired a meeting of the SME Advisory Group where industry representatives at that meeting complimented the impact that Circular 1014 has had on facilitating and promoting the participation of SMEs in public procurement. That circular, which was developed in consultation with SME representative bodies, sets out a number of measures that contracting authorities should implement to assist SMEs in competing for public contracts. Major successes included improved market analysis to understand the specific capabilities of SMEs, the subdivision of contracts to facilitate access of SMEs, encouragement to SMEs to avail of consortium bidding, more use of open rather than restricted tendering, the use of proportionate capacity, turnover and insurance requirements, and a requirement for public bodies to advertise contracts for goods and services valued above €25,000 and works and work-related services above €50,000 on e-tenders. The circular also recommends that the buyer, where appropriate, take into account not just the current, but also the whole life cycle costs. The term "where appropriate" is key. The circular recognised that public buyers need to retain an element of flexibility to make decisions at the coalface, and it is this flexibility that this bill will have the consequence of limiting. The feedback from the SME Advisory Group is that Circular 1014 had a tangible and immediate impact of removing the primary barriers to SME participation in public procurement. Improving access for SMEs to public procurement opportunities, which was achieved without the need for legislation, remains a priority. and the Government and the OGP continue to work with industry and public buyers to enhance our suite of support measures through non-administrative means. I will be liaising with my officials in the OGP, and I will be engaging with SME representatives further in this regard. The Environmental Protection Agency will shortly be publishing guidance on green procurement, and this will focus on a number of sectors, and it updates their previously published green procurement guidelines from 2014, so I'm looking forward to reading those. I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss the merits of some of the proposals within the bill, and those which the Government has concerns with and which we think need further work. The European directives give Member States discretion in specific circumstances not to use price or cost only as the sole award criterion. And this provision was not transposed into the national regulations in order to avail of and support a degree of flexibility in tendering procedures for contracting authorities. Accordingly, it remains open to contracting authorities to decide themselves as to which categorisation of award criteria best support the effectiveness of their tendering process in pursuance of value for money in public contracts. The directives therefore allow Member States to prevent the use of price-only or cost-only criteria where particular national agencies or market conditions would require or merit such a provision. A consultation undertaken in advance of the transposition of the public procurement directives did not identify any significant demand within the public procurement community, including economic operators, to apply such a restriction. And additionally, in 2018, the European Commission found that the majority of Member States opted not to transpose this provision in line with the approach that was adopted in Ireland. Of the remaining states, the prohibition was limited to specific categories of public bodies or contract types. There are many stages before award criteria in the procurement processes where contracting authorities may gauge the merit of a tender on characteristics other than price. In the case of generally acquired goods or services, this reasonably leaves the contracting authority in a position to decide to award on price in cases where all other conditions provided for in earlier stages of the process have been met. Further, the provisions of the bill at 3(4)(b) and (c), prohibiting the use of price criteria accounting for greater than 50% of the criteria for contracts above the European threshold for works, may be inconsistent with the provisions of the directives. This provision could increase the administrative burden on suppliers to satisfy the responses to qualitative criteria. It also introduces a quality weighting that might be disproportionate to the added value that the tendering field can bring to the contract. For example, in the case of a construction project that is comprehensively defined with high-performance standards already set as a minimum requirement. So I will be seeking legal advice on this issue. Such an extension of the procurement provisions in national regulations could require consultation with the EU Commission in order to assess whether such national provisions are consistent with the directives. The potential impact of this bill on the remedies regulation will also require consideration by the Office of the Attorney-General. The medium-term strategy for the procurement of public works projects includes a review of the capital works management framework. This review involves, amongst other things, consideration and consultation on the creation of a best price-quality ratio in the award of contracts. The outcome of the review process should be known before considering any prescriptive legislation in the area. The proposal to require an accounting officer or chief executive officer to make a declaration on every single procurement procedure where price is the only award criteria does have a cost in terms of time and money, and we would need to ensure that it does not delay the award of contracts. Any potential impact of this bill on the remedies regulation will be considered by the Office of the Attorney-General. There are over 7,000 contracting authorities in Ireland, as several senators have mentioned, including schools, health agencies and so on. Having up to 7,000 contracting authorities reporting to the Houses of the Oireachtas each year at the scale outlined in the bill's Articles 7(2)(a) to F would have an administrative cost, and this cost would need to be weighed up against the possible benefits and whether alternative methods of achieving the same goals could be deployed. The bill requires the Minister to issue guidelines concerning qualitative, environmental, social, human rights and equality considerations that may arise in contracts governed by the Public Authority Contracts Regulation. The necessity of this proposal will have to be assessed, given that guidance in this area is progressing without the need for legislation, in line with the Programme for Government commitment to evaluate and manage the environmental, economic and social impacts of procurement strategies within the state. As part of the National Procurement Policy Framework, the Office of Government Procurement has developed the National Procurement Guidelines, which are intended as a toolkit for public buyers and a reference guide for economic operators. The guidelines will be updated to give further prominence to strategic procurement, which includes environmental and social considerations. The Government considers that this bill may require a money message. The bill, which deals with the fundamental aspects of how the state procures, has not undergone a regulatory impact assessment yet. It places an additional administrative overhead on contracting authorities. So to conclude, the Government appreciates the intention behind the bill. However, it is important to take the time to ensure that the legislation is workable and sound, and that procurement policies in the programme for government are included where appropriate. Accordingly, the Government has tabled a time-limited amendment for 12 months to allow sufficient time for legal advice to be provided by the Office of the Attorney-General and for full financial consideration of the implications of the bill to be considered. I'd like to thank you all and thank you particularly for your detailed work on this, Senator Higgins. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now call on Senator Higgins.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. And I'd also like to formally second the amendment, which would suggest that, while I am glad to see the Government supporting the bill passing at second stage, that it would be deemed to have passed after 6 months rather than 1 year. And I think that that is important, because the decisions we've heard are going to be made in the next 2 to 3 years. When we look to that 116 billion, I don't want us to have spent 50 billion and then come back and say, you know what, we should have done this better. And again, in terms of time, I've engaged with this issue since 2014. I've engaged with the Office of Government Procurement officials since that time. We engaged very intensively in the last period of time, both with the department, with officials, and indeed with the Attorney-General, who any feedback that was received on that has been incorporated into the streamlined bill, and I'm very, very confident that it is excellently reflective of the law. And I would like to begin by paying credit to the Office of Parliamentary and Legal Affairs, who've done tremendous work with David Dodd, Kieran Mooney and Kate Butler, who did great work in terms of the drafting and the work on both the previous legislation and this new refined legislation, and indeed Dr. Deirdre Halloran and other academics who contributed. And again, in terms of consultation and engagement, there has been wide engagement on this. There is an appetite for this. I've spoken to unions, yes, I've spoken to the Royal Institute of Architects, I've spoken to service providers. The small firms were mentioned. I spoke to the small firms yesterday, to IBEC yesterday. We've spoken to the FORSA and the public service unions. There is an understanding, a wide understanding, of the need for a shift towards a stronger quality focus. Even the Construction Industry Federation, one of their former chairs, described lowest cost bidding as a plague on the industry. So we need to be very clear that this is a strong momentum. There is a desire for action on this, Minister, and that's why I really want us to move forward, and that's why I'm seconding the motion that it should be 6 months when we come back in this. And I do thank you, Minister, that you've indicated that if it does come back in 6 months or 1 year, that you might give government time, and that is welcome. I want to address in the small bit of time some of the many very interesting points and questions that were raised, and also maybe give some clarification. There is no prohibition in this bill. Discretion is still there. What there is there's greater accountability. And it goes to Senator Murphy's question, would it be onerous? No, it would be accountability. And if procuring authorities go with price quality, they don't need to be going to any senior accountable officer. And it is designed directly to encourage people. And the very fact that there's this message of will it make it harder for us to basically just go with price only? Yes, it will. It absolutely respects the discretion that you can, but it does make it more of something you have to think about. And I wouldn't make apologies for that. I think that's one of the key reasons this bill will work. It's important that we encourage and reward best practice. The OGP guidelines have been mentioned extensively, and they are good. And I engage very extensively with the OGP and recognise some of the language from my previous engagement in the last Oireachtas, indeed, in those guidelines. And I know that that is an area that is moving. But those guidelines are fine, and they're good. There needs to be more, and the state cannot outsource its political responsibility and our policy responsibility to show and send that key signal that the state wants. We're not just hoping some bodies will happen to take up best practice, but that the state wants you to think about quality. And that's what the message would be today and is today out of this bill. It's important in that regard that we send that signal, and it's a signal that we send through this legislation to all of the procurement officials, to the contracting authorities. It's almost an imprimatur to think about quality, but it also sends a very strong message to small, medium businesses, to others, to say, we will recognise and we will reward leading standards, best practice, innovation, new ideas, and it encourages an ecosystem of better environmental sustainability and indeed social standards and employment standards right across the board. Because, and for small businesses, were mentioned, I think, you know, that's a huge concern. Of course, it's EU-wide, so we need to look in that way. But 3 ways this bill will help is in terms of when you talk about quality, it works against bundling, the very large contract based on one big figure. It supports less bundling. It gives a competitive advantage to companies who are doing really good and important things and doing them well, a competitive advantage they can't have simply in terms of scale, that in terms of the financial piece of very large companies. And it also encourages good quality supply chains. So this is going to have a knock-on effect that those who win contracts are also going to be thinking about their supply chain, who may well be SMEs themselves. That's why it's really important. It does take us forward. And the last thing I would just say, we say we always know it runs over, so it doesn't need to run over. We don't need millions in supplementary claims. That's not normal, it's not standard. And in fact, in other countries like the Netherlands, where they have these policies, that doesn't happen. We can do more. And we are not restricted, but we are empowered by those EU directives. And I think this should be a positive opportunity. Minister, I hope you might support the 6-month amendment, and I look forward to our further engagement on this and indeed green procurement and other employment, because this is one part of the wider picture of transformative public procurement. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Higgins. Are you pressing your amendment?
Yes.
The question is that the amendment to Amendment 1 be made. Those in favour say tá.
Tá.
Those against say níl. I think the question is defeated. The question is that the amendment be made. Those in favour say tá. The amendment is defeated. Tá. Those in favour say tá. Tá. Yeah. Those in favour say tá, please. Tá. Those against say níl. I think the question is carried. The question is carried. The question is that the motion is amended, be agreed to. Those in favour say tá. Those against say níl. I think the question is carried. That's it. Okay. The House stands adjourned until 10:30 on Monday, the 29th, 2021, in the Dáil Chamber, in accordance with standing orders of the Seanad of this day. Thank you. And thank you, Minister.